It was on this field just 2 nights ago that the Larks had their best performance of the season, and tonight they are back at Double Angel Field for their final game in the state of Colorado for the 2025 season as they take on the Gameday Angels. As we welcome you into the pregame show, my name is Hank Corsair, and like I just said, the Larks coming off a huge win last night, or 2 nights ago rather, where they defeated the Angels by a final score of 27-3, scoring 16 runs in the first 2 innings, and relying on the pitching to keep the Angels low scoring for the remainder of that game. They would also add 2 more runs in the 4th inning, 5 in the 5th, and 4 in the 6th to overall win that game by a final score of 27-3. With many notable performances in that game, Caleb Duncan crossed the plate a total of 4 times. Lane Sparks added another home run to the season for him with a grand slam, and then Trent Baker, he extended his home run streak with a 3-run home run in the 2nd inning, and he also scored 2 more times in that game. And then in the 6th inning, he was subbed out for Lorenzo Rios as a pinch hitter. He had an RBI double and a run scored. Jackson Babcock crossed the plate twice, and Paul Smith hit his first home run as a Lark. There was a 3-run home run in the 6th inning as he came in the 5th inning as a pinch hitter for Jackson Babcock. Garrett Gruhl scored 2 runs as well. LaRue added another home run. He had a total of 6 RBIs in last night's game, or the previous game 2 nights ago. And then we also saw Thomas Lissy score 2 runs. Tabor Stokes hit a 2-run home run in the 2nd inning, and 3 runs for him overall in that game. And C.J. Reed scored in his first 5 trips around the bases. And on the pitching side, Nolan Wilson had the start, going 4 innings of work, striking out 7 batters, only allowing 2 runs and 3 hits. And then coming in after that, Jordan Stribling would get 2 innings of work, no runs allowed, and 3 strikeouts on only 3 hits. Adrian Nahar would then get the final inning of work, 1 inning with 1 hit, 1 run, and only 1 strikeout. And tonight, after that game, we now go into the 6th matchup of the season, and by this point, we pretty much know what each team needs to do to beat each other. And for the Larks and the Angels, it's pretty much the opposite of the other. For the Larks, their key to victory has been to get up on the scoreboard early and also take control of the pitching, finding the zone early and getting strikeouts on a game day team that tends to strike out quite a bit. And then for game day, their key is to keep the game low scoring and also get some help from the fielders against the Larks batting, as they've only won 2 games against the Larks in the last 2 seasons. They won last season by a final score of 1-0 and also won at Larks Park this season. That final score was 3-2. So the Larks playing their final road game in Colorado tonight. They have an interesting road up ahead as we take a look at that real quickly. After tonight, they will return back to Larks Park on July 7th, taking on the Newton Rebels in a non-league game, and then face another Jayhawk League rival, the Kansas Cannons, the very next day down in Augusta, Kansas for their final road game of the season. And they will have all RMBL opponents from that point on with home games up until July 21st. So we are about 12 minutes away from first pitch, and we'll go ahead and read off tonight's starting lineup for the Larks. Starting as the leadoff batter is the center fielder Caleb Duncan. Trent Baker back in the 2 spot after him. He's playing right field tonight. Jackson Babcock gets moved over to second base and is batting 3rd in the order. Garrett Gruhl's a designated hitter, batting 4th. And then after that, Dylan LaRue will play in left field. He is batting 5th in the order. Lorenzo Rios returns into the lineup, playing first base tonight, batting 6th. Paul Smith is the catcher tonight, batting 7th. And then rounding out the order is the shortstop Tabor Stokes and C.J. Reed, who is playing 3rd base tonight. So we'll have first pitch for you when we come back. It is 6 o'clock here in Parker, Colorado, and we are about set to go for the Larks' final game in Mountain Time for the 2025 season, taking on the Gameday Angels, entering at 8-10 on the season. As they take the field, their starter today is number 25, James Harbison. Primarily played as an outfielder, but also does some pitching for the Angels. His first pitch is going to be outside for ball number 1. As first pitch tonight comes at 6:02 p.m. here in Colorado, 7:02 back in Hayes. As James Harbison faces off against Caleb Duncan. Again, a rundown real quickly of the Hayes Larks lineup. As this one fouled off by Duncan. Trent Baker is on deck. Jackson Babcock is in the hole. The designated hitter Garrett Gruhl is batting 4th. Dylan LaRue will be in the five spot. Lorenzo Rios will come after him, and then the final 3 batters in the order are Paul Smith, Tabor Stokes, and C.J. Reed. It's a 1-2 count for Duncan. Enters this game after going 3 for 6 in the previous game. 2 base hits and 4 runs for him in that game, as well as a double. And this one he hits into play. The shortstop going after it. Santaella couldn't track it down. And on the first at-bat of the game, Caleb Duncan will head down to first base.
Now batting.
As Trent Baker comes up to the plate, he'll work with Duncan on base.
Trent Baker.
And we'll also take this time to look at the defensive alignment for the Gameday Angels. In left field is Cliff Goldie. Center fielder is number 30, Kyle Hubert. And then next to him in right field is number 20, William Harbison. As the first pitch is on the way, Baker takes a big swing at this one. It's going back to left center field. Hubert runs for it at the wall. He stops and say goodbye. A 2-run home run by Trent Baker, extending his home run streak. He's now got a home run in 5 straight as the Larks take the first lead over the Gameday Angels. We're seeing the Larks do it once again. They just got to bounce out to an early lead on the Angels. And then in the bottom half of the inning, they just got to allow their pitching to take control. The starting pitcher tonight for the Larks is number 14, Nick Gray. Jackson Babcock now at the bat, starting the count 1-0. Here is the Angels infield. The third baseman tonight is number 26, Cameron Kittredge. At the other corner is number 15, Tyler Jenrich. Fielding that one at second base is Dylan Volts. He'll throw it down first. There's one away. And the shortstop tonight is number 12, Issei Santaella. With one away, the next batter up is the designated hitter, Garrett Gruhl.
The designated hitter, number 22.
He crossed the plate twice in the previous game, going 3 for 4 in that one. He'll leave the first pitch outside for ball 1. Against James Harbison in his 4th appearance and start of the season. Has the lowest opponent batting average out of all the Angels hitters at .232. And has a 1-0 record on the season. The 2-0 on the way. Hard ground ball over to Santaella. He'll run up for it and field it. And there it is, out number 2 on the throw down to Jenrich at first base.
Batting, the left fielder, number 22, Dylan.
Next up to bat is Dylan LaRue. Left fielder, he had a home run of his own in last night's in the previous game. He had a 3-run home run. He also had a double. Overall, he scored 2 runs, and that's a total of 6 RBIs in that game. Say 1-0 count. We'll also take a look real quickly at the weather for tonight's game. It's 82 degrees here in the first inning. A lot of clouds in the area. A little bit before first pitch, we had just a light sprinkle. Just a few drops, nothing too crazy. But it currently feels like 77 degrees. There's the first strike to LaRue as it catches the outside part of the plate. Next pitch on the way. In that same spot, it finds the strike zone. Now the count's 2-2 to Dylan LaRue. The junior from Blanco, Texas, a first-team Mid-South Conference selection from Cumberland University. We'll take a swing at this one. It gets past the pitcher, and it rolls into the outfield as he extends the inning, getting a single on a 2-2 count. LaRue saw the large gap between Santaella and Volts, able to put the ball there.
Now
And we'll see if the Larks can get a 2-out rally going right here as Lorenzo Rios is back up to bat.
Lorenzo Rios.
He made one appearance in last night's game as a pinch hitter. He had an RBI double, also scored a run in the 6th inning. This one they'll slide back. LaRue just gets back in time, and we'll wait the first pitch to Lorenzo Rios. This one's put in play, fielded by the second baseman, and Volts throws it to first base for the 3rd out. But the Larks jump out to the early lead. Caleb Duncan had a leadoff single, and then immediately after that, Trent Baker hits a 2-run home run to left center field, and the Larks have a 2-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 1st inning. The Larks took the early lead, scoring 2 runs on 3 hits and only leaving 1 on base in the top of the 1st inning. As we get set to see what the Angels have in store tonight after having a day off just like the Larks. The leadoff batter is number 17, Cliff Goldie, facing off against the starter for the Larks, Nick Gray, his 5th start of the season and 7th appearance. Best record on the team at 4-0 and best opponent batting average at 127. They'll deliver the first pitch, and it's outside for ball number 1. Cliff Goldie, the leadoff batter for the Gameday Angels. Issei Santaella is on deck, and Dylan Volts is in the hole. After that, they'll have Tyler Gendrich, David Brab, and Owen Best, as well as Cameron Kittredge, Kyle Hubert, and William Harbison. Gray's next pitch misses low and outside, and the count is 2-0 to Cliff Goldie. He went 1 for 2 2 nights ago with an RBI single, and he was also able to get on base by being hit by a pitch. High and inside, and now it's a 3-0 count to Goldie. Gray looks for another strong performance today. Has only given up 9 hits and 5 runs on the season, and has 31 strikeouts. They'll find the zone low to make the count 3-1 to Cliff Goldie, a sophomore from Aurora, Colorado, where the Larks stayed the night for this last week. Gray looks to fight back. This one's put in play deep into right field, but running back for it, Trent Baker makes the catch for out number 1. It was a good hit there by Goldie, but Trent Baker just in the right place at the right time to get the first out as the shortstop Issei Santaella comes up to bat. We'll also take this opportunity to look at what the defensive alignment tonight for the Larks. Dylan LaRue is in left field, Caleb Duncan in center field, and Trent Baker, who just got the first out, is in right field. CJ Reed is playing third base for the first time this season. Next to him is his college teammate Tabor Stokes at the shortstop position. Jackson Babcock is back over at second base, and Lorenzo Rios is playing first, and then Paul Smith will be the catcher for tonight. First pitch was called strike one to Issei Santaella, the Seward County Community College commit. Enters as the Angels leader in RBIs with 17. He went 0 for 3 in the previous game against the Larks. He got on base once, though, through a walk, and now he works with a 1-1 count with one away. Gray delivers, and it takes a bounce to tie the count up at 2-1. Gray again using his pitching motion where he stops his leg going forward. It's worked for him this season, throwing off the batters. He's already got one out, looking for the second. And that one just misses the zone on the outside, making the count 3-1. Smith wants it right down the middle. And that one just goes low and inside as Santaella is walked. 8th time this season he's been walked. And now to bat is Dylan Volz. He is one of 3 players tonight for the Gameday Angels featured in the lineup that wasn't in the previous game. Volz is playing second base tonight as he works with Issei Santaella over at first base. Volz is an uncommitted JUCO sophomore, originally from Chaparral, Colorado. This last season he played and started in 55 of the 56 games at South Florida State Community College. Enters tonight on a 7-game hit streak and awaits the first pitch from Nick Gray. Here it comes. Finds the low part of the zone for strike number 1. On deck is Tyler Genrich and David Brabb in the hole for the Angels. This one fouled back into the netting, and it's an 0-2 count to Dylan Volz. He comes into this game with a .321 batting average in the first 14 games that he's played in. Has 17 hits on the season as well as 12 RBIs. Gray delivers the 0-2. Just misses on the outside, and that's going to make the count 1-2. Santaella takes a lead over at first base. And it's a throwback to first base, and he's back in time. Gray looking for his 32nd strikeout of the season. Entered this game with 22 in his last 4 appearances. Pitch on the way. Again, just missing on the outside. That's ball number 2. Dylan Volz enters this game on a 7-game hit streak, also being walked in 3 straight games as he looks to fight back right here. And that one just misses the zone. It's ball 3, making the count full. Volz has been walked 10 times this season. We'll see if Gray can find the zone right here. This is an Angels team that's been known for striking out. They have 174 hits on the season, and they've been struck out 178 times. Payoff pitch. Goes foul into the netting. And we'll await the 7th pitch of the at-bat. The First two batters that Gray faced each got 5 pitches. This will be the 7th. And it's a swing and a miss for out number 2 as Gray gets his first strikeout of the game. Able to position it down low. Vols took a swing at it, couldn't find it. And with 2 away, that brings up Tyler Genrich.
Number 15, Tyler Genrich.
Genrich, a sophomore from UC Colorado Springs, playing first base once again tonight. Looking to rebound after going 0 for 4 on July 3rd as this one's fouled out of play. He will start with an 0-1 count. He played at UC Colorado Springs and has also played his high school days in Colorado Springs. At Pine Creek High School, he had a .517 batting average. He'll hit this one into foul territory. Trent Baker ran after it, but it goes out of play to make the count 0-2. What Nick Gray will likely do right here is try to put it low and try to make Genrich take a swing at it. Paul Smith wants it low and outside. It's on the way. It goes inside for a ball. Throw down to second base. And they almost got him, but Santaella gets the steal. Just the 4th time he's done that this season. Gray looks back at second, pitch on the way. It takes a bounce to the right of the plate. And the count now stands 2-2. Genrich with a .254 batting average on the season, playing in his 18th game on the year. 2-2 on the way. It's a line drive going right to Trent Baker, and he makes the catch for out number 3. Santaella was walked. He makes it all the way to second, but he is left stranded. As the Larks get 3 outs, we go to the top of the second with the bottom third of the order coming up next. Paul Smith, Tabor Stokes, and C.J. Reed will be up to the plate when we come back. Going into the top of the second inning, Paul Smith will lead things off for the Larks. Right after Lorenzo Rios, who was the 6th batter in the lineup for the Larks. He was a pinch hitter, so was Paul Smith. He came in the 5th inning, went 1 for 1 with a walk, and he hit his first home run with the Larks, a 3-run home run. And he gets a hit right here to start off the second inning. Getting it past the second baseman, Dylan Volts, and running over to first base. Next up is the shortstop, Tabor Stokes,
Shortstop, number 6, Tabor Stokes.
the sophomore from Mustang, Oklahoma, who has hit in 15 of the 20 games that he's appeared in. Comes to the plate after going 2 for 5 last night, or 2 nights ago. And we'll see over at first base a courtesy runner come in for Paul Smith. That is Lane Sparks. Seen him make a couple appearances this season as a courtesy runner in the games where he's not in the lineup. But he is one of the Larks' top base runners. 17 stolen bases, a team high. Also has a .527 on-base percentage and a team high 25 runs. The throw back over to first base. Sparks slides back in time as Stokes awaits his first pitch. Harbison finds the zone, and the count starts off 0-1 to the shortstop, Tabor Stokes. He'll put this one in play. The third baseman fielding it is Kittredge. He'll throw it down to second base. It goes over the head of Volz, and Sparks will sprint down over to third base, and the Larks will have runners at the corners. Stokes gets onto a fielder's choice.
Now batting,
And Lane Sparks is on through a fielding error.
number 1, CJ Reed.
Larks are now up to the final batter in their order, CJ Reed. He'll leave the first one on the inside. The count starts off 1-0. Sparks just barely getting back in time as the throw went back to third. But Tabor Stokes steals second base to give CJ Reed 2 runners in scoring position to work with. James Harbison taking his time, recollecting himself to get the outs. Slider misses on the outside for ball number 2. CJ Reed, this series, he's been playing in his home state of Colorado. He's originally from Colorado Springs. He now moves to a 2-1 count. In high school, he was listed as, he played catcher in high school. He was listed as one of the top 2023 catchers by Colorado Prep Report. Seen him play many positions for the Larks this season, mainly on the infield. Haven't seen him play catcher yet. He grounds out right there, but he does get an RBI, scoring Lane Sparks, the courtesy runner, from third, and moving Tabor Stokes over to third.
Back to the top of the order, the center fielder, number 12, Caleb Duncan.
The Larks go back to the top of their order, holding a 3-0 lead with Caleb Duncan up to bat. First pitch gets in the zone for strike 1. Duncan was faced with a 1-2 count in his previous at-bat. He was able to get a base hit and eventually scored the first run thanks to Trent Baker getting a 2-run home run and extending his streak to 5 games now. He is on deck. Next pitch misses down low, making the count 1-2 to Caleb Duncan. Duncan's hit now in 9 of his last 11 games. Looking for another hit right here. It goes foul. Keeps the count at 1-2 for the sophomore out of Goodyear, Arizona. Another one fouled back. And this will be the 6th pitch up next for Caleb Duncan. Enters this game with a .405 batting average. This is his 51st plate appearance right here. That one misses outside. Duncan now works with a 2-2 count. Facing off against the starter James Harbison from UC Colorado Springs, previously played at Northeastern Junior College where he was a second-team all-conference selection. And Duncan has fought back all the way up to a full count. We'll await the pitch from James Harbison, looking for his first strikeout of the night. And that one, a drop third strike. Duncan runs down to first base, and there's one away. Or correction, there's now two away. And now to bat is Trent Baker.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 2, Trent Baker.
We'll see what Baker does right here after the 2-run home run on his first pitch of the game. He'll leave that one on the outside, but it does find the zone, starting the count off 0-1. With that streak of home runs, Baker's been able to jump his slugging percentage up to .577. Enters this game now with 31 RBIs on the year. And with that two-run home run, it's now sitting at 33. He's got a runner 90 feet away from home plate. And he'll take a swing at this one, headed towards the right center gap. This one's going to land in front of the wall. Running after it is William Harbison. Stokes just walks into home plate, and Trent Baker will make his way over to third base. And sliding down, he is in safely. An RBI triple for the junior out of Spring, Texas. Trent Baker does it again. Another RBI, another hit, and it keeps the inning alive as the Larks extend their lead and bring up Jackson Babcock.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 5, Jackson Babcock.
Count starts 1-0 to Babcock. He will take a hard swing at this one, going deep into right field. Harbison runs back for it. He makes the catch, and that is out number 3. The Larks add 2 more runs once again in the second inning. Lane Sparks gets on base as the courtesy runner after Paul Smith got a single. He scores from an RBI from C.J. Reed, and then Tabor Stokes is brought home by that RBI triple by Trent Baker. And the Larks take a 4-0 lead into the bottom half of the second inning. David Brabb leads off the bottom half of the second inning for the Gameday Angels after the Larks scored 2 runs on 2 hits and once again just left 1 runner stranded in the top of the second inning, holding on to a 4-0 lead as Nick Gray is back to the mound. He'll deliver the first pitch to David Brabb. He'll take a swing at it, and this is a line drive that's going to land in front of the right fielder Trent Baker and give the first hit of the game for the Angels. Next up is the designated hitter now for the Angels. The most experienced player for the Gameday Angels. His 5th year with the team. It's the Aurora, Colorado native Owen Best. He went 2 for 3 in in the game 2 nights ago. He had a single as well as a solo home run. That is what 2 of the runs for the Angels came from. They had one guy that was walked. The first run in the game was walked and then brought home by an RBI single. Their other 2 runs were from solo home runs. Oh, 1 on the way from Gray. Finds the zone, and now the count's 0-2. Owen Best played in 100 games in 3 seasons at the Division III level. A throw back to first base. Rios is playing there tonight. Brab is back safely. Sun finally starting to come out here at Double Angel Field. We've had some clouds throughout the start of the game. And this one's fouled back. And Best stays alive. Owen Best is the team leader for the Angels in batting average at .481. This is the 7th game that he's played in this season. Every plate appearance for him has been an at-bat. Gray puts it on the outside. It just misses. That's ball number 1. The final 3 batters for the Angels are up next. That's Cameron Kittredge, Kyle Hubert, and William Harbison. With no outs and a runner on first base, Gray delivers. And this one will get away from Paul Smith and put Brab over at second base. Count now stands at 2-2. Brab takes a big lead at second. Nick Gray looks at him. Up high and outside, and it's a full count to Owen Best. Again, every plate appearance for him this season has been an at-bat. He has the same batting average as he does on base percentage. Payoff pitch from Gray is fouled out of play. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat right here. Gray will look for his 2nd strikeout of the game. He's already gotten 1. That one was on a full count as well, swinging by Dylan Volts. Pitch on the way. Best takes a swing at it. It'll be fielded by Jackson Babcock, and he loses control of it. It'll roll away from him, and a runner will run home over to Paul Smith, and he slides in safely. Sliding in safely is the courtesy runner for David Brab. It's number 4, Nick Mo Oaks. Not the first time he's appeared as a courtesy runner. He gets his 2nd run of the season.
Number 26,
And batting up next is the 3rd baseman, Cameron Kittredge. Kittredge, another player in the lineup tonight for the Angels that didn't appear in the first game of this 2-game series. Sophomore from Colorado Springs, finished this last season at Dakota State. And this one, Smith able to retrieve it, throw down to first base. As Owen Best took a lead, thinking he could steal second, he will instead just run back over to first base. Gray delivers to Smith. This one goes off the top of the net and makes the count 1-2. Kittredge is the Angels leader in runs and walks. Playing in tonight's game, which is a non-league game. That one just misses the zone. That's going to be ball number 2. Looked like it caught the low part, but the home plate umpire says otherwise. Great looking for the 3rd strike. And Kittredge stays alive, fouling that one off. The Angels have been showing some fight in their previous at-bats, and there Nick Gray gets the strikeout for the first out of the 2nd inning.
Now making his way to the plate, the center fielder.
With the one away, the next batter up is the center fielder, Kyle Hubert. Freshman from Woodlands, Texas. Playing in his 18th game of the season, went 0 for 2 against the Larks 2 nights ago. Got on base once through a fielder's choice. And he will take a hard swing at this one, going deep into left center field as LaRue and Duncan will run back for it. Duncan is at the wall, and did he make the catch? He did. He made the catch. All the way back to the 384 mark of left center field. He made the grab for the 2nd out as Owen Best had to run back over to first base. A lot of credit there to Duncan. He had to run quite a ways to track it down. It was hard to tell if he made the grab or not. But the sophomore, who was the 10th ranked outfielder in the state of Arizona by perfect game out of high school, he makes the catch. And Kyle Hubert is the next batter up. Or correction, William Harbison is the next batter up. Oh, 1 on the way from Gray. Fouled out of play. That's going to be strike number 2. That's going to be strike number 2 to Harbison. That's going to be ball number 1, missing up high to William Harbison. Player who I believe is the younger brother of the starting pitcher tonight for the Gameday Angels, James Harbison. They're both from Parker, Colorado. Harbison is a sophomore at UC Colorado Springs, and William is a freshman at Western Nebraska. Count moves to 2-2. Gray's gotten 1 strikeout already. He's gotten at least 5 strikeouts in every game where he's been a starter. This one's fouled back. And we'll wait the 6th pitch of the at-bat to William Harbison. Smith just wants it right down the middle. Gray will deliver. It's low and outside for ball number 3, making the count full. As Harbison looks to keep the inning alive. The Angels have been able to beat the Larks in the last 2 seasons by keeping the game low scoring and close. Right now that is not an option as the Larks have scored 4 runs in the first 2 innings. So they need to start getting some hits right here. Harbison will foul this one off, and he is staying alive. We'll await the payoff pitch from Nick Gray to the freshman from Parker. That one was inside for ball number 4, and Harbison will head down to first base, and Owen Best moves over to second.
Now batting, the left fielder, number number 17.
The next batter up is Cliff Goldie as the Angels go back to the top of their order. Goldie had a big hit in his first appearance. That one was caught in right field by Trent Baker. Gray puts that one on the outside. It just misses for the first ball of the at-bat. Cliff Goldie in his second season with the Gameday Angels. Looking to get a hit right here. He's gotten a hit in 8 straight games. Joins the team after playing his sophomore season for the University of Mary. He'll now work ahead in the count 2-0. Both runners will take a short lead. Owen Best is at second. William Harbison is at first. Gray kicks and deals. This one stays in play but is fouled off. Tying the count up at 2-1. Gray delivers the pitch. Up high and inside. The count now 3-1 to Cliff Goldie. We'll see where he decides to put it right here. He goes outside once again, and it's up high for ball number 4.
Now batting the shortstop.
The bases will be loaded, and with that, as the Larks look for the final out of the inning, Keith Harper is going to go to the mound and have a talk with Nick Gray, and with that, we will step away for just a moment. Keith Harper makes his way back to the dugout, as the Larks will now have to work with bases loaded against the Angels, and with 2 outs. Issei Santaella comes up to the plate. Second in the order for the Angels, was walked in his first appearance. So you gotta be careful. He's the team leader in RBIs with 17. Gray delivers the first pitch to him. It's left down low for ball number 1. Santaella has been a batter that's been much. This one is a deep hit to left field. Making the catch is Dylan LaRue for out number 3. The Angels score 1 run that inning from David Brab, and they leave the bases loaded as 3 outs pile up, and we'll go to the top of the 3rd inning up next for the Larks. The Gameday Angels scored 1 run on 1 hit and left the bases loaded in the bottom of the 2nd inning. As James Harbison goes back to the mound to start the top of the 3rd, he will face off against the Larks' designated hitter, Garrett Gruhl. And right now, my microphone's like my microphone is starting to cut out a little bit, so I apologize for that. I'll try to get it fixed as the game goes on, but right now the count is 1-2 to Garrett Gruhl, the designated hitter. Trying to be the first batter to get on base. The Larks have scored 2 runs each in the first 2 innings. And Gruhl leads the next pitch high and outside for ball number 2. Gruhl will now work it with a full count as that one takes a bounce to the right of the plate. And Gruhl will successfully walk on ball number 4, heading down to first base. And next up is Dylan LaRue.
Dylan LaRue.
The count starts 0-1 to Dylan LaRue, working with a runner on base for the first time tonight after getting a single on a 2-2 count in his first appearance. He will now work 1-1 as he left that one on the inside part of the plate. Harbison delivers. This one's a fly ball deep into right field. William Harbison running back for it. He stops at the wall, and it takes a bounce off. LaRue sprints over to second base. He slides in safely, and Gruhl will occupy third base. A big hit there by Dylan LaRue. He's got a double and a single tonight. And Lorenzo Rios is now at the bat. Strike 1. We'll see what Rios does right here. He was a pinch hitter in the game 2 nights ago with an RBI double and a run scored. He's already put the ball in play once tonight. He'll take a swing at this one, and he'll go to the second baseman. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Next up the bat is the leadoff batter from the previous inning, Paul Smith. He got a single, and then Lane Sparks took it from there, scoring the 3rd run of the game. Away from Harbison is fouled down the third base line, starting the count off 0-1 to the catcher from Rice, Paul Smith. Smith leaves that one on the outside and misses for the first ball. The final 2 batters in the order are up next. Taper Stokes is on deck, and C.J. Reed is in the hole. Smith puts it in play, but it goes foul down the third base line once again, and it moves the count to 1-2. Infield, the infield playing back a little bit for the Gameday Angels. Smith puts this one into foul territory, staying alive in the count at 1-2. See what he does right here. He had his first home run yesterday, late in the game as a pinch hitter. He will take a swing at this one, and it's a line drive that goes to the shortstop Santaella, and there's now 2 away. Tabor Stokes comes up to the plate next. He got on base through a fielder's choice and was then brought home by an RBI triple from Trent Baker. Stokes will begin with a 1-0 count. He's gotten a hit in 15 of his 20 games entering tonight. Hard ground ball over to the shortstop. We'll throw down to first base, and there is out number 3. Larks got runners in scoring position with Garrett Gruel and Dylan LaRue, but they are both left stranded as 3 outs follow after it. And going into the bottom of the 3rd inning, the Angels will have their 3rd, 4th, and 5th batter up next. Going into the bottom half of the 3rd inning, Dylan Volts comes back up to the plate for the Gameday Angels as they held the Larks scoreless for the first time tonight. And we saw it right there in that last inning, what the key is going to have to be for them. So far, their pitcher, James Harbison, hasn't been able to get a strikeout against the Larks tonight, but they've been doing the next best thing, and with good fielding, they only trail by 3. We'll see if Nick Gray can shut them down right here and keep them at 1 run. Larks have done a very good job in the last 2 seasons of keeping the Angels in low-scoring games. Most they've given up against the Angels in the last 2 seasons in a game is 5. In a majority of games, they've held them to 3 or less. Count now 2-0 to Dylan Volts. He'll put this one in play, and it rolls foul for the first strike. And something that's interesting about the Larks with their most recent game against the Angels, if you follow me on Twitter, you've already seen this, but I'm going to read it off right now. I put this stat that says, after the Larks defeated the Angels 2 nights ago by a final score of 27-3, they scored more runs in that game alone than the Angels have against the Larks in the last 2 seasons entering tonight's game. They have 26 in the last 2 seasons before tonight's game. They scored 9 runs in their 4 games against the Larks in 2024, and then this season they've scored 17. And there is a strikeout to Dylan Volts on a 2-2 count. It's put down low. He takes a swing at it. And he's been struck out now for the 2nd time tonight as Tyler Genrich is next up to bat.
The first baseman, number 15, Tyler Genrich.
He had a deep hit to right field in his previous at-bat, but Trent Baker was able to make the play for the final out of the 1st inning. It's a 1-0 count to Genrich. Sophomore from Colorado Springs. Played in 14 games this last season. After redshirting in 2024, this one he'll pop up on a 1-0 count. Stokes will get under it. And he makes the catch for out number 2. Stokes is the only infielder tonight that's in his usual position. C.J. Reed is next to him, but this time playing 3rd base for the first time this season. Jackson Babcock got moved over to 2nd base for tonight's game, and Lorenzo Rios is playing at 1st. But with 2 away, the Larks will now look for a 3-up, 3-down inning as David Brab, the catcher, is next up to bat. First pitch, breaking ball, just misses the zone, starting the count off 1-0. To the first run of the game for the Angels, David Brab, who had a single as the leadoff batter of the 2nd inning. Gray misses the zone right there. Count now stands 2-0. David Brab, another player from UC Colorado Springs for the Angels, was a redshirt this last season. Before that, he attended Rock Canyon High School in Castle Pines, Colorado. He'll hit a line drive, and it lands to the right of it, to the right of the line. The count is now 2-1. This one will be put in play. Stokes will field it cleanly and give it over to Lorenzo Rios, and the Larks complete the 3-up, 3-down, bottom of the 3rd inning. When we come back, C.J. Reed will lead off the top of the 4th inning as the Larks hold a 3-run lead. The Larks got a 3-up, 3-down inning against the Gameday Angels to conclude the third inning, and C.J. Reed is the next batter up as we start the top of the fourth inning with the Angels starter James Harbison still on the mound.
C.J. Reed.
Don't currently see anybody warming up for them right now. It's a little bit hard to see from our angle because while the dugouts and the bullpens for each team are right next to each other, it's just a little bit tough to see in the Angels bullpen, but either way, Harbison's back to the mound. The count starts off 1-0 to Reed. Harbison, all of his appearances this season have been starts. In his 3 entering tonight, he has 14 and a third innings pitched, so he could go for quite a ways tonight. But we'll see how long they decide to keep him in. Again, tonight's game is a non-league game. The one from 2 nights ago was part of RMBL play, so in that game I said that one was the non-league game. I apologize for the confusion there. But the Larks will look for the win before returning home. And right now they got the lead at 4-1, and it's a 2-1 count to C.J. Reed. He'll take a swing at the next pitch, and it's fouled back. Reed's put the ball in play once tonight. It was a ground out to the second baseman, but that did score a run for Paul Smith, or correction, Lane Sparks, who was the courtesy runner for Paul Smith. And a swing and a miss on the outside will lead to the first out of the inning.
Back to the top of the order.
Caleb Duncan out to bat as the Larks are back to the top of their order.
Caleb Duncan.
Duncan is 1 for 2 in tonight's game. He had a single as the leadoff batter. He'll put the first one in play. And it's going to be a foul ball called by the home plate umpire, starting the count off 0-1. Duncan again puts another one in play. It's on the third base line once again, and it goes foul. He will now work against an 0-2 count. Next pitch from Harbison goes up high, and it's going to be ball 1 as Duncan leaves it up there. If he can get a hit right here, he'll have his 6th multi-hit game of the season. And again, another one goes foul. This time it lands in the Angels dugout. That time it goes way outside. That's going to make the count 2-2 to Duncan. Another foul ball. Duncan staying alive. He'll have the 7th pitch of his at-bat up next. Still working with a 2-2 count. He had 3 hits in last night's game on 6 at-bats. 2 singles and a double. And he stays alive. That one bounced off his foot, so he'll step aside for a moment, trying to run it off. So Duncan will go back into the box. PA announcer thought it was taking a long time on the video board in left field. He just played the SpongeBob "One Eternity Later" meme. And now it'll be a full count as Duncan able to duck out of the way. We'll see who wins the battle right here. Harbison delivers the pitch, and Duncan leaves it on the outside for ball number 4.
Now batting the right fielder, number 2, Trent Baker.
So 9 pitches later, Duncan walks now for the 5th game in a row, and Trent Baker now up to bat. Duncan slides back safely over to first base. We'll see if he decides to steal right here. He did so once last night. He has yet to be caught yet, and that will still be the case. It gets past the shortstop, and Duncan will just stay there at second as the center fielder will get set to throw it back in. Duncan again showing off his quick burst of speed from first to second base. It's an 0-1 count to Trent Baker. It's the second time Baker is up to bat and Duncan is on base. Last time it was the 2-run home run by Baker that extended his streak now to 5 games. Count now 0-2 as he fouls that one off. Baker was 1 for 2 in last night's game. He had the home run, and he was also able to get on base through a walk and was hit by a pitch. He'll put this one in play. The shortstop, Santea, can't track it down. And both runners will advance as they'll occupy the corners. So Jackson Babcock will come up to the plate next, and I'm going to have to step away for just a moment. I just felt some raindrops, and our soundboard can't get wet or else it could get damaged, so I got to put it in a trash bag because that's about the only option I can do. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so back to the action. The Larks now have runners at third and second base as Jackson Babcock is up to bat with a 1-1 count. That one finds his own, count 1-2. Duncan is at third. Baker is at second after he stole. Both of the Larks runners that are on base right now have not been caught yet this season. And Babcock leaves that one on the outside for ball number 2. He played his freshman season just 40 minutes away from Parker, Colorado in Golden with the Colorado School of Mines Ore Diggers. Stepping out of the box, he'll go back in. Babcock has had some big hits tonight. And that one goes to third base. And it's a throw down over to first, and there's now 2 away.
Now batting.
Next up to bat is Garrett Gruhl, the designated hitter.
Garrett Gruhl.
Working with 2 outs. Gruhl has been walked tonight. He will start with a 1-0 count. He was a leadoff batter in the last inning, and that was the inning where he was walked on a full count. Up high and outside, Gruhl gets ahead 2-0. Gruhl takes a swing at this one as he's ahead in the count. It goes out of play, now 2-1. Gruhl, an NBC All-American from Groesbeck, Texas. He's hit and scored in 5 straight games. He's also got 7 hits and runs in his last 3 games. This one goes past the shortstop. He's got the RBI. Duncan will score, and Baker will head over to third.
Now batting.
Larks have now scored in
Fielder,
3 of the 4 innings tonight.
6, Dylan
As they take a
LaRue.
5-1 lead. Dylan LaRue, who has a single and a double tonight, is up next. They'll foul the first pitch out of play. Count starts off 0-1. Left outside, the count now 1-1. We'll see if LaRue can bring those runners home. Put in play, the shortstop fields it. He'll just go with a fielder's choice, getting Garrett Gruhl out at second base. And there is 3 away, but the Larks add 1 more run this inning. Caleb Duncan was scored from an RBI single by Garrett Gruhl. And with a 4-run lead, the Larks will face off against the 6, 7, 8 batters for the Gameday Angels when we come back. The Larks added another run in the top half of the 4th inning. Now in the bottom of the 4th, Nick Gray is back to the mound, and the next batter up is the 5th-year Angel, Owen Best. He'll leave the first one going down the middle. It's an 0-1 count to the designated hitter. Next one will be called ball number 1. Owen Best has played in 100 games in 3 seasons at the D3 level. He's played those 3 seasons with St. John's. He'll put this one in play. Fly ball deep into left field, and LaRue will stop at the wall, and it's a solo home run. Owen Best for a 2nd straight game has the solo home run, and it makes the score 5-2 for the Angels. Cameron Kittredge will be the next batter up for the Angels.
Now batting the 3rd baseman, number 26, Cameron.
He struck out looking rather, in the 2nd inning on a 2-2 count. He starts up ahead 1-0. In his 17th game of the season, he's a sophomore from Colorado Springs. The next one's fouled out of play. The count now 1-1. This last season at Dakota State, he had 13 at-bats. And this one, he'll put in play. C.J. Reed tried making a diving attempt for it, but couldn't get it in time. Back-to-back hits now for the Game Day Angels.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 30.
Kyle Hubert is the next batter up now for the Angels as they have a runner on first. Hubert had a fly out to center field. That one was retrieved by Caleb Duncan, and it was one where he had to run all the way to the wall and make a jumping catch for it at the 384 mark to get the out. Taking a bounce in the dirt, the count starts off 1-0. This is Hubert's 18th game with the Angels, so he's played in all but one so far this season. As a freshman, he was a redshirt at Salt Lake Community College, who was the Division I national champion at the JUCO level. He'll get ahead 2-0. He is one of 17 first-year players for the Angels, a team that only has 3 players in their third-plus season. He'll foul this one off, goes off his foot, and it ties the count up 2-1. So they'll give Hubert some time to step off to the side after it was hit in the foot. So Gray will get set to deliver the next pitch. That one just misses on the outside for ball number 3. Hubert's been walked just 2 times this season. We've already seen a couple instances, though, where Nick Gray has been able to fight back. He'll deliver the pitch. Put in play, and it goes down the third base line, staying fair. As LaRue runs after it to try and retrieve it. They will send Cameron Kittredge home, and the run will score as it's an RBI double for Kyle Hubert.
That's when I start to get anxious. That's when my thoughts can be dangerous.
Now making his way to the plate, the right fielder, number 20,
William Harbison out to bat. As we are now an hour and 20 minutes into tonight's game in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Larks trying to get the first out. Harbison up to bat, one of 8 players for the Angels that's from right here in Parker, Colorado. Starts with a 1-0 count. The runner at second base is Kyle Hubert, who had the RBI double just a moment ago. Harbison ahead now 2-0.
Everybody clap your hands.
The Larks do have a few guys warming up right now in the bullpen. I've seen Brooks Jones in there already. Seth Lee in there as well. We'll see how much longer they decide to keep Gray in the game. Harbison gets ahead with a 3-0 count as that one goes low and inside. Gray delivers, finds the zone for the first strike. Harbison ahead in the count, just decided to hold back on that one. that one left outside for ball number 4. Harbison's been walked for his second straight time at the plate. And now the Angels go back to the top of their order once again. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning, Cliff Goldie is up to bat. And making his way to the mound is Keith Harper, the Larks pitching coach. We'll see if they decide to make the change, but we'll step away either way as they talk things over. As the Angels have cut the Larks lead down to just 2, they'll make their first change at the mound tonight as Nick Gray exits after 3 full innings of work. The new pitcher into the game now is the sophomore from Rio Rancho, New Mexico, Seth Lee. In just his second appearance of the season, his first one was a start where he went 2 innings of work. See what he does right here. Right away he finds the zone as Cliff Goldie, the leadoff batter, swings and misses to start the count off 0-1. Goldie is 0 for 1 tonight. Will show bunt, and he'll go back behind him, and now he'll have to start swinging as he works with an 0-2 count. The next batter up, Issei Santaella, went to retrieve it. As Seth Lee looks to get the first out right here. In his first appearance, he only allowed 1 hit and 1 run, had 4 strikeouts. And in that game, he held his opponents to a 143 batting average. Left up high for ball number 1. This should be a big year for Seth Lee as he joins the Larks a little bit later. Just wrapped up his sophomore season at Pima Community College. And that one hits Goldie, and he's going to head down to first base.
Now batting the shortstop, number 12.
With the bases loaded, Issei Santaella is up to bat. A high school senior from Parker, Colorado. Seward County Community College commit. He's so far 0 for 1 on the day. Fouls the first one behind the press box, and the count will begin 0-1. That foul ball had a lot of height on it. That one misses outside. The count now 1-1. Lee delivers the pitch, puts it down low, and it misses the zone and ties the count up. The runner at third base is Kyle Hubert. William Harbison is at second, and Cliff Goldie is at first. Count now 3-1 to Santaella. He had a 3-1 count in his first appearance where he was walked. He will now work against a full count as this one bounces into the Larks dugout. Lee looking to win the battle. This one's a deep fly ball into left field, and LaRue will slow down. It is a grand slam for the Gameday Angels as they take their first lead of tonight's game.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a grand slam for Isai
Santaella has his 4th home run of the season. Now his 21 RBIs on the season as he continues to lead the Angels in that category. They have their first lead of the series.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 5.
Next batter up is Dylan Volz. We'll see how Seth Lee approaches this one. Both of his appearances have been swinging strikeouts. That one able to find the zone for the first strike from Seth Lee. That one just misses up high, tying the count up 2-1 to Dylan Volz. Trying to extend his 7-game hit streak as he's 0 for 2 so far tonight. He gets ahead in the count 3-1. Larks infield playing back a little bit. Seth Lee delivers, finds the low part of the zone and makes the count full. Payoff pitch goes down in the dirt, and Volz will walk on a full count.
Now to bat.
Next batter up is Tyler Ginrich, the first baseman. Another Angels batter that's 0 for 2 tonight. He'll foul the first one behind home plate, starting the count off 0-1 to the sophomore from Colorado Springs. Played in 14 games for the Mountain Lions after redshirting in 2024. Swing and a miss on the outside, now down 0-2. Both of Ginrich's outs so far have been flyouts. We'll see if Seth Lee can get the strikeout right here, which would give him his 5th of the season in just his 2nd appearance. He delivers. It's put in play, fielded by Lorenzo Rios. He will throw it over to Tabor Stokes at second base. He will run back and cover first base, and the Larks turn the double play. Rios retrieved the ball, threw it back over to second, ran back to his base, covered it, made the catch, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, the catcher, number 7,
David Brab is the next batter up for the Gameday Angels as the Larks turn the first 2 outs of the inning. A 3-6-3 play there by Lorenzo Rios as Brab steps up to the plate. He had the first run of the game. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And he'll put this one in play. It's a fly ball going into left field. It takes 2 bounces and lands in Dylan LaRue's glove. As the Angels go through their entire order in this inning, that will return them to their leadoff batter, the designated hitter, Owen Best.
Now batting, the designated hitter, number 27, Owen Best.
Designated hitter, he's gotten on base twice tonight. Best reached on an error in the second inning, and then earlier as the leadoff batter in this inning, he had the solo home run on a 1-1 count. They'll lead the first pitch up high for ball number 1. Brab takes a short lead over at first base. Rios covering. Curveball gets into the zone, and now strike 1 to Owen Best. Runner will try to steal second. Smith throws down there, and Stokes retrieved it just in time. But either way, it's a stolen base from David Brab. 2-1 now the count. So we're starting to get some sprinkles here once again at Double Angel Field. Seth Lee able to find the low part of the zone right here. He gets ahead 2-2 on Owen Best. The Angels leader in batting average, who has 13 hits on the season. He's going to try to keep the inning alive, but Seth Lee will look for the final strike right here. It misses on the outside, and now the count is full. And this one just misses on the outside. Owen Best is on base for the 3rd time tonight.
Now batting.
Runners now stand at first and second base. And Cameron Kittredge now up to bat. Kittredge, another batter, 1 for 2 on the night. Lee delivers the first pitch to him. Half-hearted swing. He didn't go around. It went in the zone, though, and it's strike 1. Lee gets ahead 0-2 as Kittredge fouls that one over the press box. A lot of the foul balls tonight have had some distance and height on them tonight. Part of the old saying that if you play a baseball game in higher altitudes, the balls will travel further. We're playing at 5,900 feet tonight. This one's put in play. Rios couldn't make the catch in time, and they will send the runner home. Baker will just hold back, and the Angels have their now 7th run of the inning.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 30, Kyle Hubert.
Kyle Hubert is the next batter up for game day. Center fielder trying to extend the inning. Angels have gotten a 2-out rally going so far. The first 2 outs came from a double play with the 7th and 8th batters of the inning, Dylan Volz and Tyler Genrich. It's a 1-0 count to Kyle Hubert. It's put in play, and it goes right through the legs of C.J. Reed. It's going to roll all the way to the wall as LaRue will field it. 1 run is in. The 2nd run is coming home. Paul Smith makes the catch, and he tags him for the final out of the inning. That final run by Owen Best does score, And it's a 9-5 Gameday Angels lead as they score 8 runs in the bottom half of the 4th inning. We'll see if the Larks can respond when we come back. The Angels scored 8 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning, and they had their first lead of the series at 9-5, and they made a change on the mound, bringing in the Colorado Springs native Jacob Lentz. He's facing off against Lorenzo Rios to start the inning. We have some rain picking up right now, so there might be some times where I'll have to step off to the side and deal with that because a lot of our equipment can't get rain damage. It's a 1-1 count to Lorenzo Rios against the high school senior from Colorado Springs, Jacob Lentz. Leaves the next pitch outside for ball number 2. Rios takes a swing at this one. The center fielder runs up for it, and it lands in front of him and then goes over him. As fielding it is the left fielder, and Rios has the double as he slides in safely to second.
Now batting.
So it's a 1-0 count now to Tabor Stokes. And the first strike called right there. I got as much equipment off to the side as I could, since, like I said, a lot of it can't get rain damage. Forecast said there was a 0% chance of rain, and that changed pretty quickly. So we'll continue to try to work through it as the game goes on. But right now it's a 2-1 count to Tabor Stokes. The runner at third is Lorenzo Rios, who had the leadoff single, or double, excuse me. They'll foul this one out of play. Stokes now working with a 2-2 count. He's gotten on base once tonight. That was a fielder's choice. He also scored that inning back in the second. Stokes takes a swing at this one on the outside part of the plate. It goes foul and he stays alive. Two and two count against the new pitcher, Jacob Lentz. And it's a swing and a miss there by Stokes, as that is going to be out number 2.
Now batting.
Larks are now up to the final batter in their order with 2 outs. It's C.J. Reed, the third baseman tonight. He's brought home 1 run tonight. He will start with an 0-1 count as he swings and misses at the curveball. That one, Reed left outside, but the home plate umpire is going to say it found the zone as Reed works against an 0-2 count. Looking to put it in play right here and keep the inning alive. And that one misses. A drop third strike, so Reed will run down to first base, but there is the out, and there's 3 away. Lorenzo Rios had the leadoff double, but he is left stranded at third base. And going into the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be the 9-1-2 batters up next for the Gameday Angels. Seth Lee goes back to the mound as we start the bottom half of the 5th inning. Angels still holding on to the 9-5 lead after they scored 8 runs in the prior inning. And right away here, the throw goes down to Lorenzo Rios, and it goes past him. That's going to give William Harbison the time to run over to second base. He turned and looked at third and throw over to Tabor Stokes, but Harbison's going to slide back safely.
Now making his way to the plate, the left fielder.
The Angels are now back to the top of their order for the 4th time tonight, as Cliff Goldie is up to the plate. He scored once in the prior inning, and he's gotten on base 1 other time tonight through a walk on a 3-1 count. He also has a fly out to right field as he was the leadoff batter in the first inning. We'll see what he does right here as he faces off against Seth Lee in his second inning of work. First pitch finds the zone for strike number 1. Paul Smith, the catcher, wants the pitch on the outside. It goes there, and Cliff Goldie will leave it out there as the count moves to 1-1. Looks like the rain is dying down again, so I could probably put a lot of my notes and equipment back up. We'll continue to watch it as the game goes on, but now the count 1-2 to Cliff Goldie against Seth Lee. Working with the runner at second base, William Harbison. This is just the second time tonight Goldie's been faced with 2 strikes. Lee delivers the pitch, and it's left inside for ball. Or Goldie's going to say that he got hit. The umpire did not call that he got hit, and now they're going to bring the field umpire in for discussion. They're going to tell him to come back. That was ball 2. So the next batter up, Issei Santaella, hands the bat over to Goldie, working against a 2-2 count. Lee looks at second, pitch on the way. It's put in play. Babcock fields it. Lee has to come over and tag first, and he dropped the ball. And heading home is the runner, and he is safe. The Angels score their 10th run of the game, and now up to bat is Issei Santaella. Paul Smith will also have a meeting on the mound with Seth Lee as they look to get the first out of the inning. The Angels have a rally going right now. They've scored 9 runs in the last 2 innings. Lee throws back to first base. Goldie slides back safely. So we'll wait the first pitch to the shortstop, Issei Santaella. First pitch goes low and outside for ball number 1. Santaella is 1 for 2 so far tonight. He was walked on his first appearance. He's had a fly out to left field, and he also had a grand slam. He'll put this one in play. It'll land in front of Trent Baker, and runners will now stand at first and second base as Santaella gets his second hit of the game.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 5.
Dylan Volts now up to the plate for the Angels. He's been struck out twice, and he's also walked on a full count. A sophomore from South Florida State Community College starts with a foul ball and an 0-1 count. The runner at second base is Cliff Goldie. Issei Santaella is at first base, and Seth Lee gets ahead 0-2 in the count. He'll look for his first strikeout of the game and 5th of the season. Pitch on the way. Goes down low for ball number 1 to Dylan Vols. He enters this game trying to extend his 7-game hit streak. He's now been walked in 4 straight games after his previous appearance. Just left on the outside, and Vols will now work with a 2-2 count. Both runners will take a lead as Lee looks to win the battle. He delivers the pitch. It's put in play. Almost hit the runner going to third. It's a throw down to first base, and there's the first out. Tabor Stokes showing off his fielding skills that he's going to take to Ball State next year as he gets the throw down to Lorenzo Rios. The runners are now at third and second for the Angels. And the next batter up is Tyler Genrich. His first 2 outs were flyouts. His most recent one was in the previous inning where he grounded into a double play. It was kind of a rare one to see a 3-6-3 play where Lorenzo Rios fielded it, threw it down to Tabor Stokes at second, and then after he threw it, covered first base and was able to get the second out. It's a 1-0 count. Lee puts that one on the outside. It finds the zone, and it moves the count to 1-1. This is again Lee's second appearance with the Larks. Trying to have a big season before headed down to Albuquerque to play Division I baseball for the New Mexico Lobos. He gets ahead 1-2, looking for back-to-back outs right here. Smith wants it low and outside. It goes there. It's put in play, but it goes foul. Someone now has to run out from the Angels dugout to get the ball as it rolled into the field of play. It was Alec Witzel, who was a pitcher in last night's game, that retrieved it. We'll see if Lee can get the second out right here. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and he gets the second out of the inning and his 5th strikeout of the season. The sophomore from Pima Community College is now 1 out away from retiring the side.
Now to bat, the catcher, number 7.
Now up to bat is David Brab. He's back in the 5 spot for the 2nd game in a row. The catcher from UC Colorado Springs. First pitch is a foul tip, and it starts to count off 0-1. And Lee now gets ahead 0-2, puts that one on the outside. Brab took a swing at it and missed. Just needs one more strike to retire the side, and the Angels did have scored 1 run so far this inning, but it would be big right here if Lee could limit the damage and get the strikeout. We've seen the Larks make some big comebacks this season. Lee delivers, and it finds the outside corner of the plate for the strikeout. 2nd strikeout of the inning for Seth Lee, retiring the side. The Angels scored a run from William Harbison, but leave 2 runners stranded. As we go to the top of the 6th inning, the Larks will be back to the top of their order. We're about to cross the 2-hour mark of tonight's game as Jacob Lentz returns to the mound for the Gameday Angels. High school senior from Colorado Springs,
Things off for the
playing in his
Larks,
6th game of the season.
the center fielder, number 12.
Committed to Northeastern Junior
Caleb
College and has made
Duncan.
3 appearances and 1 start this last season at Pine Creek High School. Going up against the Larks top of the order with Caleb Duncan. As the Larks try to fight back, they took the early 5-1 lead, but the Angels were able to score 8 runs in the 4th inning, and they added another one in the previous inning as they lead by 5. And it's a 1-0 count start for the Wichita State Shocker, Caleb Duncan. This one's fouled out of play. As it's the first strike to Duncan. He's 1 for 2 tonight. He's scored twice and gotten on base twice. Duncan shows bunt. This one rolls up the middle. The catcher fields it. Duncan trying to get to first in time, and they're going to call him out.
Now batting,
Trent Baker, the next batter up for the Larks.
number 2, Trent Baker.
He has 4 RBIs so far tonight and had that 2-run home run in his first appearance. He'll put this one in play. Hard ground ball fielded by the third baseman, Kittredge. Over to first base, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, the second baseman.
We'll see if
number
Jackson
5,
Babcock can extend the inning right here after the first 2 batters get out. Babcock has put the ball in play 3 times tonight. He's gotten a hit in 6 of his last 7 games, but has also shown throughout this season that he has great plate vision, as he has walked a team high 26 times. And just looking at how many times he's come up to the plate, he has 97 plate appearances and 67 at-bats, so a 30 different margin between those two. He will work with a 2-0 count against the Northeastern Junior College commit, Jacob Lentz. Next pitch finds the zone and ties the count up. Breaking ball goes down to the zone. Count now stands at 3-1. The catcher wants it on the inside. Instead, it goes down the middle, and now it's a full count to Jackson Babcock, the second baseman in tonight's game. 1 base over from where he's usually playing. It's actually the second time that he's played there this season. Payoff pitch from Lentz, and it's a swing and a miss for out number 3. It's a drop third strike, and oh, that was very close. It almost went over the head of the first baseman, Tyler Jenrich, but he was able to come back down and tag first base to retire the side. Owen Best, the designated hitter for the Angels, will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning when we come back.
The designated hitter.
Seth Lee went 2 innings of work tonight, and the Larks will make a change on the mound once again. Bringing in the freshman from Hutchinson Community College, Brooks Jones. One of 2 Larks players that is a native of Kansas. He was originally from Lawrence, played at Lawrence High School, and just wrapped up his freshman season with the Blue Dragons. He will face off against Owen Best, the designated hitter for the Angels. First pitch left down low for ball number 1. Best has 2 runs scored tonight. And he also has 1 hit, which was a solo home run to start the 4th inning, which was the inning where the Angels scored 8 runs and took their first lead of this 2-game series. It's a 2-0 count. Jones puts this next pitch down the middle, and it ties the count up. This is his 6th appearance of the season. All of those have been as a relief pitcher. He's got a 1-0 record on the season and a .350 ERA. Finds the low corner of the zone. He'll look for the strikeout right here. He's now working with a 2-2 count. And a swing and a miss on the outside. Owen Best gets struck out for the first time tonight to start the bottom of the 6th inning. And Brooks Jones now has 21 strikeouts on the season.
The third baseman, number 26,
Cameron Kittredge, who is the second batter in the lineup of the 3 players that are new to the lineup tonight for the Angels. He's got 2 hits tonight and was also struck out in his first appearance. He'll foul the first one off into the other field. It's an 0-1 count to start. Kittredge, a sophomore from Dakota State. Colorado Springs, Colorado native. Fouls it off. He's now working against an 0-2 count. Before going to Dakota State, he was a 2-time All-Star and first-team All-State selection. In his high school days at Colorado Springs, he played at Discovery Canyon campus. He has 1 run so far tonight. He's scored now in 10 straight games and also 15 of his last 17. Jones delivers the 0-2. This one's a fly ball going into the right center gap, fielded by Caleb Duncan. Throws it in. As Jackson Babcock is the cutoff man, it'll keep Kittredge over at first base. Kyle Hubert comes up to the plate now for the Angels.
center fielder, number 30, Kyle.
He went 0 for 2 last night, only getting on base through a fielder's choice. Is 2 for 3 with a run and an RBI in tonight's game.
5 years later, how am I the man still? Draft day, A. Wiggins.
Pitch on the way from Jones. Catches the outside part of the plate, starting with an 0-1 count. Jones doing a great job finding the zone early on as the relief pitcher for Seth Lee. He enters this game with 10 strikeouts in his last 2 appearances, including 14 of his last 3 games. He's got 1 so far tonight. This one's put in play, fielded by C.J. Reed, and this one's going to get past him as runners now stand at first and second. The final batter in the order for the Angels is now up. It's number 20, William Harbison.
Number 20, Will Harbison.
Freshman from Western Nebraska so far tonight. He's reached base 3 times and has scored 2 runs. He'll put this one in play. It goes foul, and it starts with an 0-1 count. Harbison wrapped up his freshman season at Western Nebraska, and as a freshman, he played in 31 games, had a .292 batting average, It was one of the top slugging percentage leaders for Western Nebraska at .490. And once again, Brooks Jones finding the outside part of the plate, now working on an 0-2 count. Entering tonight's game in his 5 appearances, he's only allowed 11 hits and 6 runs. Now he has 21 strikeouts. When you add in the one that he had to start the inning, he'll look for another one right here on an 0-2 count. And the slider misses on the inside. That's going to make the count 1-2. Cameron Kittredge takes a lead behind second. This one's fouled out of play. And Harbison stays alive with the 1-2 count. We'll see if Jones can find the zone here, win the battle. It gets put on the outside. Harbison takes a swing and misses, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 17.
For the 5th time tonight, the Angels now go back to the top of their order. Cliff Goldie up to bat. Left fielder flew out in his first appearance. He's now gotten on base 3 times in a row. First pitch goes right down the middle. Brooks Jones will get ahead with an 0-1 count. Despite the Larks being down, Jones is showing a lot of positives right now. Player that currently has an open recruitment before he joining the Larks and wrapping up his freshman season with Hutchinson Community College. He decommitted from Nebraska, so he's using this opportunity with the Larks to find some opportunities with 4-year schools. He's had a good year so far, and coming into a situation like this, he's done very well. 1-1 on the way. Ties the count up as it misses on the outside. Again, the runner at second base is Cameron Kittredge. Kyle Hubert is at first base. Low and inside. Jones couldn't find the zone. Count now stands 3-1. All of Goldie's trips on the bases have been he will now work against a full count as he leaves that one on the outside. He hasn't worked against a full count yet tonight. Has yet to be struck out. We'll see if Jones can do it right here. Trying to retire the side, he delivers. Swing and a miss, and he gets the 3rd out. Brooks Jones comes in relief, and all 3 outs in that inning are for him getting strikeouts in the bottom of the 6th. We'll see what the Larks can do when we come back, as at the top of the 7th inning, Garrett Gruhl, the designated hitter, will lead off with the middle 3rd of the order.
leading things off for the Larks.
Jacob Lentz is back to the mound to start the top of the 7th inning for the Gameday Angels. And the Larks will have the middle third of their order with batters 4, 5, and 6, and Garrett Gruhl leading off the inning. Lentz's first pitch is a slider that goes high and outside for ball number 1. Gruhl went 3 for 4 in the first game against the Angels. He's gotten 1 hit tonight with an RBI. He will now work against a 2-0 count. We'll see if the Larks can start hitting off Jacob Lentz right here. This is a pitcher that has made now 6 appearances this season. He's given up multiple runs in every appearance. Has a .400 opponent batting average coming into tonight's game, and now works with a 3-0 count. Foul back into the netting. That'll be the first strike to Garrett Gruhl. Still ahead 3-1. Dylan LaRue is on deck and Lorenzo Rios is in the hole. This one's popped up into foul territory. Jenrich runs after it, and he gets the catch for the first out. Dylan LaRue now up to bat. He's put the ball in play 3 times tonight. He's had a single and a double. And his most recent one he put in play, but it would lead to a fielder's choice for the final out of the inning. That was back in the 4th. He will lead the first pitch high and outside for ball number 1. Slider again, doesn't find the zone. As it goes down low, it's a 2-0 count. LaRue now has 7 multi-hit games on the season, 5 of which have come in now his last 7 games. That one finds the zone, and now he'll work on a 2-1 count. This one's put in play. It's a deep fly ball into right field. William Harbison gets under it, and he gets the catch, and there's 2 away.
Now batting.
The first baseman, Lorenzo Rios, coming up to the plate now, trying to extend the inning.
Lorenzo Rios.
He'll watch the first pitch go down the middle for strike 1. Rios had his first hit in his previous appearance. That was a double that he got all the way to 3rd back in the 5th inning, but was left stranded. This time around, he's trying to extend the inning. He now gets down 0-2. That one goes down the middle from Jacob Lentz. And there's a swing and a miss, and that is out number 3. When we come back, the Gameday Angels will be up to bat for the bottom of the 7th inning. Issei Sante will lead things off next.
shortstop, number 12.
Brooks Jones returns to the mound for the start of the bottom of the 7th inning. Issei Santaella leads things off for the Gameday Angels, and although the Larks have the same pitcher on the mound, they do make some infield changes. They go back to their traditional ways. Jackson Babcock is at first base. Next to him is C.J. Reed playing second. Tabor Stokes stays where he started at shortstop, and Thomas Lissy makes his first appearance of the game at third base. Santaella fouls off the first pitch. Count starts off 0-1. The first ball that he put in play tonight was a fly out to left field. Since then, he's had a grand slam and a single. Jones now hit 0-2, finding the outside part of the plate. Will deliver the pitch, half-hearted swing. They want an appeal from the field umpire, and they're going to say they didn't go around. That makes the count 1-2. Jones came in the last inning, and all the outs in the 6th inning were strikeouts. 1-2 on the way. It is left up high for the second ball to Santaella. He's one of 8 players for the Angels from right here in Parker, Colorado. Played this last season at Ponderosa High School. Jones delivers the pitch, and it's fouled out of play as Santaella stays alive. The inside part of the Larks infield is going to play back a little bit as C.J. Reed and Tabor Stokes play near the grass. And a swing and a miss, and Brooks Jones gets 4 straight strikeouts and puts one away here in the bottom of the 7th inning as Dylan Volz comes up to the plate next for the Angels.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 5, Dylan Volz.
The second baseman, Dylan Volz, comes up to the plate now. This is his 5th appearance at the plate tonight. 0 for 3, but he has a walk so far. His last appearance was the first ball that he put in play. He had a ground out to Tabor Stokes, who threw it down to Lorenzo Rios back in the 5th inning. Working with an 0-1 count. Fouled back into the netting, and there's strike 2. Jones looks for the second out, and he gets it. A swing and a miss there by Dylan Volz. All 5 outs in the last 2 innings have been strikeouts coming from Brooks Jones. And now they have an opportunity for a 3-up, 3-down inning as Tyler Gendrich comes up to the plate next. And so far in this game, he's 0 for 4.
Tyler Gendrich.
Jones delivers. Gendrich fouls the first pitch back to start the count off 0-1. He entered this game as the team leader in home runs with 5 and a .254 batting average on the season. Looking for his first hit right here. He puts it in play, and it gets past Jackson Babcock. Tried making a diving attempt for it, couldn't get it. And the inning stays alive for the Angels as they'll bring the catcher David Brabb up next.
Calling all my soldiers in. Said calling all my soldiers in.
The catcher, number 7, David Brabb.
So Brabb will make his 5th appearance of the night now. He is 2 for 4 with 2 singles and 2 runs scored. Trying to advance the runner at first base, Tyler Gendrich. Got his first hit of the night. One on the way from Jones, and it's inside for the first ball. Catcher Paul Smith wants it down the middle. That's where it goes. CJ Reed fields it and will instead go down to first base. And this one gets away from Jackson Babcock. The runners will advance. Jenrich to third. But Brad will stay over at first base. We're also going to see a courtesy runner come in now, as Brad is the catcher for tonight's game.
The designated hitter, number
The courtesy runner coming in is Nick Mo Oaks. We saw him at the very end of the previous game between the Larks and the Angels as the final pitcher. In a game where the Angels sent in 6 pitchers tonight, they've only sent in 2. Owen Best up to bat as the inning stays alive. 2 outs and runners at the corners. He'll foul off the first pitch, starting the count off 0-1. Tyler Jenrich is at third. David Brab is at first. Jones delivers. This one is popped up. Thomas Lissy runs after it in foul territory, running down the third base line, and it went off of his glove. Either way, that makes the count 0-2. We've seen the last 5 outs in the previous 2 innings all come from Brooks Jones. He's got an opportunity to do it again right here. With his performance tonight, Jones now has 25 strikeouts on the season. Also now, when you add in tonight's game, it now gives him 15 strikeouts in his last 3 appearances. He'll deliver the 0-2, and it catches the outside corner of the plate for the strikeout. Runners get to the corners for the Angels, but they're both left stranded as Jones gets three more strikeouts in that inning. And we'll see if the Larks can start to fight back right here. It's going into the top of the 8th inning with the final 3 batters in their order. Paul Smith will lead things off when we come back. Going into the top of the 8th inning, the Larks trail the Angels 10-5, and will have the bottom third of their order up to bat now with the catcher Paul Smith, and after him it'll be Tabor Stokes and CJ Reed. Catching the outside part of the plate, the count starts off 0-1. Jacob Lentz is back to the mound. Just the 2nd pitcher to come into this game for the Angels after they pitched 6 guys last night. And the slider makes the count now 0-2 as Smith swings and misses. He's 1 for 3 with a single in tonight's game. That one's left down low for ball number 1. The catcher wants it inside. Smith takes a swing at it, puts it in play, and it rolls into the outfield as the center fielder Kyle Hubert will pick it up. Smith has the leadoff hit. That's what the Larks need right there, just that one little spark to try and complete the comeback.
Now batting.
They have not led since the top of the 4th inning.
Number 6.
And now Tabor Stokes up to bat. And the thing about this being the bottom part of the Larks order is this is a part of the lineup that can be sneaky good with the bats. As we've seen Paul Smith in in 6 of his first 7 games, he scored with the Larks. And coming in now for him is Lane Sparks as the courtesy runner, who can move very quickly along the base path. You got Tabor Stokes, who was the Larks leader in hits at one point, and then C.J. Reed, who's gotten some extra base hits in his previous appearances. And this one a deep hit into left field. This one's going to get past the left fielder and roll all the way to the wall. Paul Smith gets the windmill. He will head home. Tabor Stokes will get a double, and he has an RBI along with it as the Larks get their first run since the 4th inning. That is just what they needed, and now a meeting here for the Angels, and we will step away for just a moment. The Angels will keep Jacob Lentz in the game after the Larks just scored their first run since the 4th inning, trying to complete the comeback.
Third baseman, number
And
1,
C.J. Reed up to bat next.
C.J. Reed.
He's got 1 RBI tonight as a runner at second. Slider misses the zone, and it starts the count 1-0. The runner at second is his college teammate, Tabor Stokes. They spent all their first 2 years of college baseball together, freshmen at Butler Community College and sophomores at Hutchinson Community College. It's a 2-0 count now to Reed. Lentz takes a couple looks back at second base. And this one's put in play. It's a high fly ball deep into left field. Goldie running back for it. He's at the wall. Will this stay fair? And it will be called foul. The home plate umpire got on the line and put his hands up in the air. That will make the count 2-1 to C.J. Reed. He went 3 for 4 yesterday with 3 singles and 5 runs scored. The night before that, against the Colorado Rough Riders, all of his hits were for extra bases. He had a triple and 2 doubles. And now on a 2-1 count, David Brad will go to the mound for a quick meeting with Lentz. You can see a couple guys warming up right now for the Angels in the small space where I can see the bullpen. Looks like it's a single-digit number, so it's either Frederick Perry or Nick Mo Oaks. We saw him in last night's game for just a few innings, so it wouldn't surprise me if they decide to go with him, as he has the lowest ERA on the team. Frederick Perry has only played in, he's played in 8 games this season, only throwing 12 innings. So we'll see what they decide to do. Two and one on the way. Reed takes another swing at it, and again it goes foul down the left field line. He works with 2 strikes in the count, and now the Larks will go to the top of their order after Reed. So if he can get on base right here and possibly even score Tabor Stokes, this could be huge for the Larks. He'll foul this one off. And next we'll await the 6th pitch of the at-bat. Lentz continues to watch second base. Stokes takes a short lead. Reed showing a lot of fight with the foul ball right there. Trying to put the ball in play for the second time tonight. Fouled off once again. That's now 3 straight foul balls there for C.J. Reed. And correction, all of his strikes now have been foul balls. That first one was almost a fair ball and a potential home run that would have made the score 8-10. But the home plate umpire said it just went foul. Lentz looks for the 3rd strike. It is on the inside. The Angels crowd wanted a strike call there, but it was too far inside, and now it's a full count. This will be the 9th pitch right here to C.J. Reed. Trying to win the battle, get on base, and give Caleb Duncan some runners to work with. Payoff pitch on the way. And C.J. Reed does it. He walks after 9 pitches. The Larks have runners at 1st and 2nd, and there's no outs. And the Angels head coach will make his way out to the mound for a quick meeting and possibly even a potential change. So we'll step away for just a moment. The Larks are back to the top of their order. There's no outs. There's 2 runners on base. They've already scored a run. And with that, the Angels make a change on the mound as they bring in another high school senior from Centennial, Colorado. They sub in Cosme Vera Jr. They commit to Seward County Community College. Just played this last season at Eagle Crest High School as he faces off against Caleb Duncan with Tabor Stokes at 2nd and C.J. Reed at 1st. And right away, a balk is called. And for Duncan, he will have those runners in scoring position. There are no outs. Duncan has 1 hit in tonight's game. Last night he had an RBI. And in this season, he's got a total of 21 RBIs, or correction, with 12 RBIs, excuse me. in just a short season. You'll start with an 0-1 count from the new pitcher in the game, Cosme Vera Jr. Made 9 appearances in his senior season at Eagle Crest High School, had 39 strikeouts and a 4.52 ERA. This one's a fly ball deep into center field. Running back for it is Hubert. And he makes the catch, but that's going to give Tabor Stokes the opportunity to tag up and move C.J. Reed over to first base, and that's just 1 out. It's the second time Tabor Stokes has crossed the plate in tonight's game.
Number 2.
And Trent Baker is now to bat. Winds picked up now here in Parker, Colorado, and I can confirm now that this is the coldest game that the Larks have played in all summer. Currently 72 degrees right now with 13-mile-per-hour gusts of wind, and it currently feels like 70 degrees. Baker leaves the first pitch inside for ball number 1. We'll see if he can work his magic once again. In his first 2 appearances, he had the RBI triple and the 2-run home run. Up high and inside, he now gets ahead 2-0 against Cosme Vera Jr. Now this one goes outside, and Baker gets ahead with a 3-0 count. It would be huge if he walks right here, because the guy on base is on deck, is Jackson Babcock. And if you recall, when the Larks were down in Liberal and they trailed, the bases were loaded. They were down by 4. He came up to bat, and he had the grand slam that tied things up. So as Baker walks right here, Babcock can be the tying run once again. We'll see how he takes his approach to this, but before that, we're going to get a quick mound meeting here for the Angels, so we'll step away for just a moment. Cosme Vera Jr. only faced 5 batters, and a change has been made once again, as Gameday brings in a pitcher that they threw 2 nights ago against the Larks. It was the final one. It is Nick Mo Oaks, another high school senior from Ponderosa, facing off against Jackson Babcock. 2 runners on. He will show bunt, pull it back, and that's ball 1 as Trent Baker successfully steals second base. One 1-0 count to Babcock. Reed at third. At second is Baker. This one a fly ball. It's going to roll into the corner in right field. Reed is in. Baker gets the windmill. And Babcock will stop at second base, and we got a 1-run game. Babcock, his first hit of the night, is the one that makes it a one-run game
Now batting.
as he scores Trent Baker from second and C.J. Reed from third. The tying run is at second,
Roll.
and it's the fourth batter in the order up to bat. That's Garrett Gruhl. Oaks looks back at second base, delivers. Gruhl fouls the first pitch out of play, and it starts off 0-1. Oaks has a 2-0 record on the season. Team low ERA and walks and hits per innings pitched. Oh and 1 on the way. This one takes a bounce on the outside. Babcock stays put over at second base. That one almost got away from the catcher, David Brab, able to save it. Gruhl's gotten on base twice tonight. This one's a fly ball deep into right center field. Harbison and Hubert will run after it. Hubert's the one that makes the catch. Babcock runs over to third base, and that is where he will stop. It was a good hit there by Gruhl,
Now batting.
but now with 2 outs, the Larks have their tying run 90 feet away from home plate. And Dylan LaRue, who had 6 RBIs last night, is up to bat. He's got 2 hits in tonight's game. The pitch gets sent his way, and this one's a fly ball into left field, and Goldie makes the catch for the final out. The Larks entered that inning down by 5. They put 4 runs on the board, and now only trail the Angels by 1 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. It should be an exciting finish here at Double Angel Field. We will have the rest of it for you on the Larks Network when we come back. The Larks had 3 hits in the top of the 8th inning, and they score 4 runs. And now going into the bottom of the 8th inning, they only trail by 1. Cameron Kittredge leads off the inning for the Game Day Angels, as Brooks Jones, who has done very well so far in his first 2 innings, is back to the mound. For the Larks, they'll look for 3 outs. For the Angels, they'll be looking for some insurance runs. First pitch is outside for ball number 1. All outs in the prior 2 innings for the Larks have been strikeouts from Brooks Jones, the Hutchinson Blue Dragon and former Lawrence Lion. We'll work on a 2-0 count against Cameron Kittredge. He struck out in his first appearance, has gotten 3 base hits in a row, and is ahead 2-0. Jones finds the outside part of the plate, and it ties the count up. Down the middle, a swing and a miss there by Kittredge. After getting ahead 2-0, the count is now 2-2. This is the bottom third of the Angels' orders, so we'll see if Jones can strike him out. He delivers the pitch, and it just misses on the outside. That's going to lead to a full count. And a swing and a miss on a full count, and Brooks Jones has his 7th strikeout of the night.
Now batting the center fielder.
With 1 out, Kyle Hubert is back up to the plate.
Kyle Hubert.
He's just like Cameron Kittredge, got out on his first appearance and has gotten on base in his last 3.
Draft day, Johnny Manziel. 5 years later, how am I the man still?
Down the middle, he gets ahead on an 0-1 count. If the Larks can hold the Angels scoreless right here, it'll be interesting to see how they approach the final inning. You'll have Lorenzo Rios as the leadoff batter, and then after that, Paul Smith, Tabor Stokes, and CJ Reed, all guys who got on base to start the 8th inning. But now a 1-1 count for Kyle Hubert. Smith wants it inside. It's a curveball. And now it's a 1-2 count. Hubert steps out of the box, gets a few practice swings. Looking to avoid being the 2nd out. Jones kicks and deals, and it's fouled back into the netting. Another thing that'll be interesting to see is if Jones gets the out right here is how he'll approach the next batter, William Harbison, who has shown a lot of fight in his appearances at the plate so far tonight. And a swing and a miss on the outside. Make that 8 on the night for Brooks Jones.
Now batting the right fielder, number 20, Will Harbison.
The Larks have not gotten a 3-up, 3-down inning tonight. They have an opportunity to do that right here. William Harbison up to bat. He's the opposite of the previous 2 batters. Got on base in his first 3 appearances. And then his last one was the one that he got out on. It was a swinging strikeout on a 1-2 count. He's down 0-1 to start. This one goes on the outside, just missing the zone. If Harbison gets on, the Angels will go back to the top of their order for the 6th time tonight. And Jones finds the zone once again. He's ahead 1-2. Angels fans in disagreement with the call. Looked like Jones had a smile on his face right there as he shook his head yes to Paul Smith. We'll see if it means something. Not just yet. That's ball number 2. Three of Harbison's 4 prior appearances have been at bats with at least 5 pitches. This one is another one, and he's now working against a full count. This is the 2nd batter in this inning that Jones has worked with on a full count. Here comes the payoff pitch, and it misses on the outside. That's ball number 4.
Now batting the left fielder, number 17.
So the Angels go back to the top of their order with Cliff Goldie, the on-base percentage leader. He's 0 for 2, but has gotten on base 3 times. First pitch finds the outside high corner. It's an 0-1 count to Cliff Goldie. He was the 3rd and final out of the 6th inning, which was the 3rd strikeout of the game for Brooks Jones. He swings and misses, now down 0-2. Can the Lawrence, Kansas freshman do it again? O2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and he gets another one. The Angels got one runner on base in that inning, and he's left stranded. And now we go to the top of the 9th inning. The Larks need 1 run to tie, 2 to get the go-ahead lead. We'll see if they can do it when we come back, as Lorenzo Rios will be the leadoff batter. The Larks are down by 1. It's the top of the 9th inning. 1 run will tie, 2 runs will give them the go-ahead. Lorenzo Rios was supposed to be the leadoff batter, but the Larks have subbed in a pinch hitter. Thomas Lissy is making the appearance at the plate to start the inning. Facing off against Nick Mo Oaks, who came in at the end of the prior inning. Lissy will start with a 1-0 count. This will be the first save opportunity of the season here for Oaks. As Lissy is now playing in his 18th game of the season. And it's a deep fly ball into right field. And Harbison gets under it, and that's out number 1. We've seen a lot of balls tonight that have had that type of launch angle. That time it was just short of the fence. And with 1 away, Paul Smith is up to bat. He was the first run to score in the prior inning, and he got that first hit. He is 2 for 4 tonight. First pitch goes outside for ball number 1. Oaks will step off the mound for just a moment. He's got the lowest ERA on the team, a 2-0 record on the year. He's going to be tested right here. And that one will hit Smith on the leg. And with 1 out, the tying run is going to be at first base. With that, the Larks will sub in a courtesy runner with Lane Sparks. All night he's been the courtesy runner for Paul Smith. So far tonight, he's gotten on base twice, and he's scored twice. We'll see if he can make it a 3rd time. As Tabor Stokes is up to bat. He'll lead the first pitch up there for ball number 1. We'll see if Sparks decides to go. He leads the team in stolen bases with 17. He's only been caught 3 times this season, and they will throw back, and he slides back safely. Stokes working on a 1-0 count. Sparks takes the lead. Oaks taking his time. And this one will get away from the catcher, and that's going to give Sparks the opportunity to run over to second, and he will. The Larks dugout making some noise At the start of the 8th inning, they trailed 5-10. They now have the tying run in scoring position. And there's going to be a quick meeting here for the Angels. David Brab comes in, and so does Issei Santaella from the shortstop position. Stokes working against the 2-0 count. He has 2 runs and two appearances on the base path tonight. He's already gotten 1 RBI in his previous appearance. That was the one that brought Paul Smith home. Or correction, that was the one that brought Lane Sparks home. We'll see if he can do it again. And again, David Brab is going to go out to the mound. There's really been a change in mood to the Larks dugout. They've moved the benches up closer to the fence, and they are all now standing on the bench, trying to get some noise for Stokes. We'll see where he decides to drop it. There is a large gap between the center fielder and the right fielder. Sends a ground ball, and it gets past the third baseman. Sparks gets the windmill. The tying run is heading home. He is at the plate, and he's safe. We are tied. Tabor Stokes gets his 2nd RBI of the game, and it's 10-10. As the tying run crosses the plate, the go-ahead run is at first.
Now batting the third baseman.
The batter coming up is C.J. Reed.
C.J. Reed.
He scored on his previous appearance on the base path. Last night he got on base, or 2 nights ago he got on base 5 times. He starts with a 1-0 count, pitch on the way, and he swings and misses, and it makes the count 1-1. Majority of the crowd standing to their feet. 1-1 on the way. Reed will watch it go by, and sliding in safely to second is Tabor Stokes. He's got his 2nd stolen base on the night and his 15th of the season. Oakes looks back at second, delivers, and that finds the zone for strike number 2. Reed has worked with 2 strikes in each of his last 4 appearances. See if he can get on base for the 2nd appearance in a row. Pitch on the way, and he swings and misses. That's out number 2. The Larks are now back to the top of their order. Caleb Duncan to the plate. In his previous appearance, he had a fly out to center field. That was an RBI that brought home a run.
Number 12, Caleb.
This time around, it has to be in fair territory. Otherwise, it's the end of the inning. Catcher wants it on the outside. The pitch on the way. Duncan takes a swing at it and starts with an 0-1 count. No one's covering second. Stokes is taking a lead. Duncan leaves that one on the outside for ball number 1. Duncan already has 1 RBI in tonight's game. He's trying to make this one the 6th game of the season for him, where he's gotten multiple RBIs. Oakes delivers. It goes outside for ball number 2. Continuing to see the catcher position it on the outside. Duncan thought about taking a swing at it. Instead, he leaves it up there. He is ahead 3-1. Oaks will step off the mound. Duncan will reposition himself. He'll await the pitch. Here it comes. And there's ball 4. Runners at first and second for the Larks. Trent Baker is up to bat.
The right fielder, number 2, Trent Baker.
It's the perfect opportunity right here. Your team RBI leader up to bat. He's already gotten 3 tonight, giving him now 34 on the season, and he's got a runner at second base. And we'll step away for a moment. The Gameday Angels will have another meeting on the mound. Gameday's coach goes back to the dugout, and Trent Baker is up to bat. He is 3 for 4 tonight. He's also been walked once. He will take a swing at the first pitch, and that's strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. Slider left outside. That's ball number 1. Angels fans in disagreement with the call once again. You have seen the catcher try to frame it a few times, so now with a 1-1 count, Baker takes a swing at another slider, and that's strike 2. He's down to his final strike. This is strike 3. The Larks will have to fight for extra innings. Stokes takes a big lead, pitch on the way, and it bounces on the outside for ball number 2. Oaks continuing to take his time. The catcher wants it on the outside, and it's fouled back. Baker's showing some fight. He awaits the 6th pitch of the at-bat. Here's the 2-2. Baker thought about taking a swing at it. That's going to make it a full count. It's all going to be decided on this pitch. Will the inning extend, or will the Larks have to fight for extra innings? Baker's ready, so is Oaks. Pitch on the way, and it's fouled back out of play. This at-bat will now have twice as many pitches as some of the longest ones Baker's had tonight. Looking at his previous ones, 1 pitch, 2 pitch, 3 pitch, 1 pitch, 4 pitch. This one will be number 8 right here. Fouled back into the net once again. The entire Larks dugout is still on their feet. Can Trent Baker win the battle against the relief pitcher, Nick Mo Oaks? And that's on the inside, and they're going to call that one strike 3. Baker cannot believe that that one was called it. But that's going to put us now to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Angels need 1 run to win. But for the Larks, they'll be looking for 3 outs and extra innings. We'll be back in just a moment. The Larks have scored 5 runs in the last 2 innings to tie things back up. Now they need 3 outs to extend the game and give themselves an opportunity to come out of this, to come out of Parker, Colorado with their 17th victory on the season. As Brooks Jones, who has gotten 9 strikeouts in 3 innings, is out at the mound, facing off against the 2-3-4 batters for the Gameday Angels. This is a team for Gameday that is 6-3 on the year when they score at least 5 runs. And they've scored twice as many tonight, so we'll see what they do right here. Jones delivers the first pitch, and it's outside for ball number 1. The batter on deck is Dylan Volz. Tyler Jenrich in the hole, pitch on the way. A swing and a miss, and makes the count 1-1. That's where Jones has been positioning him a lot tonight. He's been getting him down low, trying to get the Angels to take a swing at it, and it's worked for him so far tonight. Fouls the next one out of play, moving the count to 1-2. Jones has an opportunity for his 10th strikeout right here, and that one misses down low for ball number 2. This time Smith wants it centered a little lower, and Santaella fouls another one off. Isai Santaella is fighting back here. He struck out in his previous appearance. Before that, he had 2 hits, a grand slam and a single. Missing outside, Jones and Santaella will fight against the full count right here. Jones has had to face a few batters with a full count. One of them has been, or 2 of them have been strikeouts. The other one was a walk. First pitch, next pitch down low, and that's ball 4. So the Angels' winning run is over at first base. Santaella has only scored once tonight, and Dylan Volz up to bat. He entered this game with a .321 average, and Keith Harper will head out to the mound for a quick meeting with Brooks Jones. I don't believe that they're going to put a sub in with how he's been doing so far tonight. It's probably just a quick talk because they have a runner on, no outs. Santaella is only across the plate once, and that was because of his grand slam back in the 4th inning. Since then, he's reached base twice, and both of those he's got to second. So Harper goes back to the dugout, and no matter what happens in tonight's game, either way, the Larks have put up an incredible fight. They were down 10-5 going into the 8th inning. They've scored 5 runs in the last 2 innings, and they're now tied up with the Angels. So Dylan Volts comes up to bat. He's been struck out 3 times tonight. He's walked, and he's also grounded out to shortstop. Santaella takes a lead at first base. Babcock covering it. He'll show bunt. And Thomas Lissy runs up all the way from third, throws it down to first base, and that's out number 1 as Santaella goes to second. Tyler Jenrich will be the next batter up as they work with a runner at second, 1 out. And Paul Smith will have a quick meeting here with Brooks Jones. The Larks do have 1 guy warming up in the bullpen right now. That looks to be Lane Sparks. Sparks has made 4 appearances at the mound this season, so wouldn't surprise me if they decide to go with him with the success that he's had. Lowest team ROA at .88. With 1 out, Jones delivers the pitch, and it finds the zone for strike 1 to Tyler Jenrich. He started 0 for 4, but had a single in his previous appearance, getting all the way to third, but being held there. Large lead being taken by Santaella over at second base. Swing and a miss, and now Jenrich down 0-2. Strikeout here would give Jones his 10th of the game. That last bunt that Dylan Volts got out on was the first out that was not because of a Jones strikeout in the time that he's been in. Swing and a miss, and he has number 10 on the evening. There is 2 away in the bottom of the 9th, and if the Larks can get 1 more, they will go to extra innings.
Now batting, the catcher, number 7.
And after tonight's game, the Larks pitching has now gotten at least 10 strikeouts in 7 straight games. 10 of those have come from just Brooks Jones alone. We'll see if he can extend the game as he faces off against the 5th batter in the order, David Brab. He's scored twice. He's got 2 singles. He'll foul the first one back into the net, starting the count off 0-1. Owen Best, the designated hitter, is on deck. In the few games that he's played in, he's been one of the Angels' top batters, so all Brad really has to do is get on base. He faces an 0-1 count, now 0-2 as he swings and misses at that one. The Angels down to their final strike. And there's going to be time called by the home plate umpire. Brab's been struck out once. Can Jones do it again? This one's a line drive, and it goes foul. Jackson Babcock was running after it from first base, but it lands in foul territory. Again, the Larks made some changes to their infield a few innings ago. They've gone back to the traditional Jackson Babcock first base, C.J. Reed second base, Thomas Lissy at third, and Tabor Stokes playing at shortstop. He's the only one still at his original position. Jones delivers the 0-2, and this one's going to roll foul. Brab goes back into the batter's box now. It's his longest at-bat of the night. The other one was one where he grounded out to Tabor Stokes back in the 3rd inning. That was a 4-pitch at-bat. This one will be the 5th pitch right here. And it's on the inside part of the plate. And they're going to call that one ball 1. Larks dugout thought that one should have been a strike. We saw that one get Trent Baker out in the prior inning in a similar spot. But the innings will extend. It's a 1-2 count. Jones looking for his 11th strikeout. It's a ground ball fielded by Tabor Stokes on the run, throws it to Jackson Babcock, and there's out number 3. The Larks trail 10-5 entering the top of the 8th inning, and now are tied as we go to the top of the 10th, as we'll have extra innings once again for the 3rd time this season.
Leading things off for the Larks.
Once again, it's extra innings for the Larks on the road.
Number 5, Jackson
As we go to the top of the 10th inning, Jackson Babcock is the leadoff batter facing off against Nick Mo Oaks, who has been the relief pitcher since the top of the eighth inning when the Larks started their comeback. In that inning, Babcock was at the plate, and on a 1-0 count, he had a 2 RBI double. And he starts with an 0-1 count as the leadoff batter. He'll leave that one on the outside for ball 1. The batter on deck is Garrett Gruhl, and Dylan LaRue's in the hole. With those types of batters, this is the perfect opportunity for the Larks to take the lead. Babcock now ahead with or tied in the count 2-1 as he leaves that one on the outside. Catcher wants it on the outside, and this one's popped up way up high in the infield. We'll see who tracks it down. No one's calling for it, and Jackson Babcock's going to make his way over to second base. It's an infield double for Jackson Babcock. The go-ahead run is in scoring position as Garrett Gruhl, the designated hitter, comes up to bat. I think that one will actually be listed as an error, but either way, Jackson Babcock is at second base. He's been a clutch player for the Larks when he's in close game situations like this. But we'll see what Garrett Gruhl can do. There's no outs, and Jackson Babcock is at second base. Wouldn't expect him to try to run to third right here. He hasn't had a stolen base attempt yet this season. But Gruhl starts with an 0-1 count. Gruhl takes a swing at this one. It gets past the third baseman. Will they give Babcock the windmill? They will not. They will hold him up at third base. Garrett Gruhl gets his second hit of the game, first one since the fourth inning. Dylan LaRue is up to bat.
Now batting.
He had 6 RBIs in the prior game against the Angels.
6.
He has 2 hits on the night.
LaRue.
One of them is a double. The other one is a single.
Pinch running at first base, number 8, Lane Sparks.
Garrett Gruhl will be subbed out now. At first base, they will bring in the courtesy runner, Lane Sparks. Pitch on the way. Sparks will try to steal second. He gets there in plenty of time. I guess I shouldn't say plenty of time. That was pretty close. But either way, he is at second safely. The reason I said plenty of time was because he had a pretty big lead, but it was a good throw by the catcher, David Brab. It's now 2 runners in scoring position for the Larks. Oaks delivers the pitch to LaRue, and he fouls this one back, making the count 1-1. Brab wants it on the outside, and LaRue swings and misses. He's now down 1-2 in the count. All of his appearances at the plate are balls that he's put in play. He's had 2 flyouts into the outfield. He's had the 2 hits. And he's also had a fielder's choice that was the end of the inning back in the 4th inning. He'll hit a line drive. It goes off the glove of the first baseman, and Jackson Babcock is going to cross the plate, and the Larks take the lead. Lane Sparks heads home as well. The Larks have the lead for the first time since the 4th inning. Dylan LaRue, a 2 RBI single. And now Thomas Lissy up to bat next as he's a pinch hitter for Lorenzo Rios. First pitch to Lissy. Up high and outside for ball 1. Lissy shows bunt on this one on a 1-0 count. It's fielded by the pitcher, Oaks. Will Lissy get there in time? He will not, but either way, that's going to advance the runner, LaRue, over to second base.
Now batting, the catcher, number 25.
Now up to bat is Paul Smith. Smith fouls the first pitch back, starting the count 0-1. Smith has gotten on base 3 times tonight. He has 2 hits and was also hit by a pitch in his prior appearance. He's now down 0-2 in the count with 1 out. Brab again positions his glove on the outside. This one goes up high for ball number 1 to Paul Smith. Smith will leave the next pitch up there. He's now going to work with a 2-2 count. He just needs to get on base and give some more runners for the next batters up for the Larks. We also know that Paul Smith can be a dangerous hitter. He'll foul that one out of play, keeping the count at 2-2. Smith entered this game with a .259 average. This is his 13th game of the season. He's played 3 years at the Division I level, all with Rice. He's played in 2 different conferences, the Conference USA and the American Athletic. And out of high school, he was the Houston Chronicle Private School Hitter of the Year. He'll leave that one outside, and that's going to be called ball 3. And Paul Smith will walk on a 3-2 count. He will be at first base. At second is Dylan LaRue. And Tabor Stokes is the next batter up.
Now batting the shortstop, number 6, Tabor Stokes.
Stokes has 2 hits in his last 2 appearances. He now has 10 multi-hit games and has hit in 16 of the 21 games he's appeared in. This one's a fly ball deep into left center field. Hubert's running back for it. He will stop at the wall, and it lands in someone's backyard. It's a home run for Tabor Stokes. And the Larks lead 15-10 as Stokes has the home run. It's his 3rd of the season. The Larks have 10 runs in the last 3 innings. And we're going to see a mound meeting here for the Angels as Nick Mo Oaks will likely come out of the game. Their coach just pointed over to the bullpen. We will see who's coming in next when we come back. We return back to the action, and a change has been made on the mound as Christian Clare comes into the game now for the Gameday Angels. And everyone, if you're just now tuning in, let me catch you up to speed on what has happened so far. At the end of the top of the 4th inning, the Larks were ahead of the Angels 5-1. Then the Angels would score 9 runs over the next 2 innings, leading 10-5. And then going into the top of the 8th inning, The Larks would score 4 runs to make it a 1-run game, and then in the 9th inning, they would score Lane Sparks to tie the game up, and in this inning alone, in the top of the 10th, they have scored 5 runs. Jackson Babcock, Garrett Gruhl have all scored. Along with that, Dylan LaRue and Paul Smith, as well as Tabor Stokes, were all brought home because Tabor Stokes had the 3-run home run. Now with a new pitcher in the game, C.J. Reed is up to bat, and it's an 0-2 count. This is the 6th game of the season for Christian Clare, 4th as a relief pitcher. This one's a half-hearted swing by Reed. He makes contact with it. Clare picks it up, throws it down to first base. There's out number 2. Now up to bat is Caleb Duncan at the top of the order. The 8th batter to the plate this inning for the Larks.
Back to the top of the order, the center fielder.
Starting to sprinkle once again here in Parker, Colorado.
Duncan.
But we're just 1 out away now from going to the bottom of the 10th inning, as the Larks will just need 3 outs to secure the win. This being their 3rd game this season that has gone to extra innings. It's been one of their biggest comebacks. They've had all of their extra inning games have been comebacks. At the start of the season, they were on the road against Dodge City. They ended up winning that one 5-4. They had the come-from-behind victory down in Liberal where Jackson Babcock hit the grand slam, and then they were able to score a couple more runs from that point on and escape with the win. And now they lead 15-10, and they're going to give some time for Christian Clare to get some warm-up pitches in after he just came in. He will face off against Caleb Duncan in just a moment. He's pitched 8 1/3 innings coming into tonight's game. Has a .250 opponent batting average, and so far this season he's been pretty successful. He's only allowed more than 2 hits in 1 game. With 2 outs, Caleb Duncan up to bat. The bases are empty. Yeah, we'll see what Christian Clare does right here, as this is the 2nd batter he's faced. First pitch to Duncan, catches the outside part of the plate. It's an 0-1 count. Brab again wants it on the outside. Duncan swings and misses. And the count stands at 0-2. The corner infielders are playing closer to the plate. Second baseman and shortstop playing close to the grass. There is the first ball to Caleb Duncan. Brab tried framing it. The umpire wouldn't give it to him. Clare delivers the pitch, and it's fouled back. Duncan will try and fight back right here. His last appearance was a walk. The one before that was a fly out with an RBI. That one gets away from the catcher. The count now 2-2. So we'll see if Duncan gets on base right here, adds some more runs. This is the 4th game in a row where the Larks have scored at least 10 runs. They've done so in 8 of their last 10 games now, and have now surpassed last season where they had 12. Where they have 12 now. They had 11 last year. Slider misses on the inside, and Duncan will be faced with a full count for the 2nd time tonight. He was walked the first time he was faced with one. That was back in the 4th inning, where he walked on a 9-pitch appearance. And that one's down low, and they're going to call that one strike 3. It doesn't matter, though. The Larks score 5 runs in the top of the 10th inning and are 3 outs away from getting the win after trailing 10-5 entering the top of the 8th inning. We'll have the final inning for you when we come back. The Larks are 3 outs away from getting the win. As they have the 15-10 lead, they will face off first against Owen Best, the designated hitter for the Gameday Angels. And back to the mound is Brooks Jones. Yeah, we'll start with an 0-1 count against Owen Best, the 5th-year Gameday Angel. In this game tonight, Brooks Jones has 10 strikeouts just alone in the innings that he's been in the game. He came in as a relief pitcher at the start of the 6th inning. Now faces a 1-1 count against Owen Best. And just needs 3 outs to give the Larks their 17th win of the season here in a non-league game. After 2 nights ago, they beat the Gameday Angels. That one was in a RMBL game. And Best gets hit on the back. And he will head down to first base.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 26,
Cameron Kittredge is now out to bat for the Angels as they have 1 runner on base. Best takes a short lead. Babcock covers first base. That'll be ball 1 on the outside part of the plate. If the Larks get the 3 outs here, they will go 2-1 this week here in Colorado, which is impressive to say the least. They have faced some very tough competition. They've had very good showings with the bats and the pitching. And to play 4.5 hours away from home in a different time zone, different environment, which has been very evident tonight. I believe the weather app on my phone last said it was 68 degrees here in Parker. They've had to face a lot of tough competition, and they've enjoyed this week so far with the wins and the experiences, as well as last night where the Larks got to watch the Colorado Rockies and the Chicago White Sox. And after that, they witnessed what, in my opinion, was the best fireworks show I've ever seen. And the Larks have had some fireworks tonight here late in the game as they hold the 5-run lead. The count is 2-2. And now it's full as Jones misses that one on the outside of the plate. Best again takes a lead over at first base. Babcock covers. And this one's hit high into the air. Babcock and Baker will run after it, and that one will land in the field of play, but it's in foul territory as Cameron Kittredge stays alive. This will be the 7th pitch right here from Brooks Jones to Cameron Kittredge. It is on the way, and they're going to call that one ball 4.
Now batting.
Runners occupy first and second base.
Center fielder, number 30.
And now up to bat is Kyle Hubert. His first appearance was a flyout to center field. His most recent one was a strikeout. In the middle, though he's had 3 appearances where he's gotten on base. And we're going to see a mound meeting here between Keith Harper and Brooks Jones. We'll step away for just a moment. Keith Harper goes back to the dugout as Brooks Jones gets set to face off against the next batter. That's Kyle Hubert. Looking to get the first out, but luckily the Larks scored 5 runs in that last inning, setting themselves up an opportunity to get their 17th win. Give them also their 24th win against a Colorado RMBL team in the last 2 seasons. This would be the 10th of this season after they had 14 last year. The count is 1-0 to Kyle Hubert, the center fielder from Woodlands, Texas. It's going to be a ground ball. It'll roll foul, very close to the third base bag. It got behind it, and the count's now 1-1. We'll see where Hubert decides to position the ball. He is, we're seeing the Larks infield play back a little bit. Fouled out of play into the other field here at Double Angel Field. The count is now 1-2. Owen Best taking a big lead over at second base. Jones focuses on the batter, and he stays alive. Count stays 1-2. We'll see if it pays off right here for Hubert as he's fighting back. This will be the 5th pitch right here. He's had that twice tonight. The most recent one was a strikeout. The first one was an RBI double. He will pop this up. Jackson Babcock runs after it, and he makes the catch in foul territory for out number 1. Babcock went sprinting after it. He made the catch. And now the Angels only have 2 outs to work with as they have their 9th batter in the order up to the plate. That's William Harbison, a guy that we've seen tonight that can fight at the plate. He's only been struck out once. He's gotten on the base 4 times tonight. Owen Best takes the lead again. Neither Stokes nor Reed will cover. And the first pitch finds the outside part of the zone and starts the count off 0-1. This time Jones takes a look back at second, sends the ball to the plate. Smith tried framing it, but that'll be called ball 1. Count now stands 2-1 as Jones misses on the outside part of the plate. The Larks do have one guy warming up again. I think it is Lane Sparks, so if the Angels do possibly get the bases loaded right here, which they'll need 2 more balls as the count now 2-2, that could be where we'd see Lane Sparks come in. But Jones has done very well tonight, so they'll likely save some arms for the next couple games, as the Larks will be facing some former Jayhawk League rivals in their next couple games. On Monday, they will be at home against the Newton Rebels, and then the very next day, they will go on the road to Augusta, Kansas, which will be their final road game of the season, taking on the Kansas Cannons, two teams that they met earlier in the season, so it'll be excited to see how they do in those games. They're going to call that pitch ball 4. And it's going to lead the bases loaded for the Angels.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 17.
Number 17, Cliff Goldie, is up to bat.
Goldie.
And Keith Harper is going to head to the mound. We'll see if this is just a meeting or if he decides to take Jones out of the game. It looks like Lane Sparks is going to come out in just a second. So the Larks will make a change on the mound. We'll be back in just a moment. Brooks Jones came in as the relief pitcher, went 4 1/3 innings of work. And after a very strong performance, which included 10 strikeouts on the night, his night comes to an end, and the Larks will bring in Lane Sparks, the pitcher with the lowest ERA on the team at .88. This is his 5th appearance of the season as he faces off against the top of the order. Cliff Goldie's the batter, starting with an 0-1 count. Fouled back into the netting. Count now stands 0-2. This season, Lane Sparks has only given up 5 hits, and he's recorded 9 strikeouts. He only has 1 run on the season, which was earned. And that was all the way back on June 10th when the Larks took on the Kansas Cannons. And a swing and a miss, and Lane Sparks gets 3 strikes on Cliff Goldie, and there is now 2 away.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 12,
Isai Santaella is up to bat. He is the last chance for the Gameday Angels with the bases loaded. He will take a swing at this one. It's going deep into center field. Duncan runs back for it, and it takes a bounce off the wall. There's 1 run, 2 runs, 3rd run going home. Throw to Paul Smith. It's not in time. Santaella gets the 3 RBI double.
Now up to bat, the second baseman, number 5, Dylan.
So that was a base clearing double for the Angels. They have a runner at second. Dylan Volz is up to bat. First pitch breaks into the zone. It's an 0-1 count to Dylan Volz. He is 0 for 5 in tonight's game. He's got a walk. Other than that, he's been struck out 3 times, and he's grounded out 2 times. That one misses inside for ball 1. Should see Lissy and Stokes ready for this one. Both of his balls that he's put in play have gone to them. The 1-1 misses on the outside and ties the count up. Paul Smith wants it on the outside. Swing and a miss there by Dylan Volz. And he's now down to his final strike. Volz is ready. So is Sparks. Pitch on the way. It is line. That one's line foul. We'll see what Sparks does right here. He delivers the pitch, and it takes a bounce outside for ball 3.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all.
The third full count of the night for Dylan Volz. First one was a swing strikeout. The next one was a walk. It's a fly ball, and this one's going to take a bounce. Caleb Duncan fields it, throws it in, and it's a 1-run game. I apologize for my mic cutting out. And I don't know what happened, but I don't know what happened, but I think they're going to call Dylan Volz out at first base. The Larks just ran onto the field. I'm not sure exactly what happened. That was kind of out of nowhere, but it looks like that's going to be the end of tonight's game. The Larks win it by a final score of 15-14. They trail 10-5 going into the 8th inning, and they pull through in the end, scoring 5 runs in the next 2 innings, forcing extras, and then getting the win with the bats coming alive late and getting a lot of help from the pitching with Brooks Jones, as the Larks now improved to 17-4-1 on the year, and the Angels fall to 8-11. And now for the Larks, they will be back home on Monday. They will take on the Newton Rebels. Then the next day, they will have their final road game of the season against the Kansas Cannons. And ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all for tuning in to the games throughout this series here in Colorado. And I'm Hank Corsair saying good night from Parker, Colorado. And we will see you all back at Larks Park on Monday.